Hey there, hi there. Everybody, hello, and welcome to another edition of the Baylor Show. It's good to be here. Looking forward to some Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge. Very curious to see which cards we get crossed off today. And just excited for today's stream in general. I got a couple things to talk about here at the start. Soup to Go, thanks for the Prime sub. 8 months of support. Hey there, Shamanette. Give some recommendations for roguelites. Griftlands, Roguebook. If you're not talking deck builders specifically, I would recommend Hades. Star Renegades is definitely a good one as well. Very, very much enjoyed Star Renegades. Actually, I'll give a shout out to, speaking of Hades, in terms of action roguelites, I'll give a shout out to Curse of the Dead Gods, which is kind of a similar vein to Hades. You're essentially making your way through a cursed Aztec-style temple, stealing hidden treasures, and managing curse modifiers as you go. And on a related thought to that, we're going to be playing the follow-up game from the developers of Curse of the Dead Gods. Let me just check my email here so I can make sure that I get the details correct on this. Raven's Watch is the name of the game. Nacon Studios created Curse of the Dead Gods. Their follow-up title, Raven's Watch, is, I think, releasing to early access tomorrow. We're going to be playing it on Friday as a sponsored stream, checking out what that has. So I'm actually pretty excited for that. Hey there, Miskatonic Blue. Dead Cells, another very good action roguelite. I didn't personally enjoy the 2D perspective that Dead Cells does, but it's definitely a fantastic game, one that's received an absolute ton of post-launch support. There's been tons and tons of patches for Dead Cells, so it's definitely up there. Mad Math Magician, thanks for the 24 months, 2 full years of support. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of good roguelites, and I think we could go on naming really good ones for another quite a long while. Actually, speaking of 2D combat and difficult games, if you're a truly punishment-enjoying person, if you really enjoy suffering and dying over and over and over again, I couldn't help but recommend Spelunky 2 as just a brutally unfair but masterfully done roguelite platformer. That game is heckin' hard. One of the few games I can say is unequivocally harder than Slay the Spire A20. Holy heck, that game. Enter the Gungeon, another really good one too. Heck yeah. And yes, a delight with the co-op modes. Spelunky's a good time. Extreme surprised to see that yesterday's Defect 1 after getting to 9 health Act 2, and then not even having to use the fairy in a bottle. Wasn't that cool? Gonna play Raven's Watch on stream tomorrow? No, on Friday. We'll be doing Raven's Watch. Friday is Raven's Watch. What's harder than Spire? Spelunky 2. It's harder than Slay the Spire. Do I have a second channel? Yes. Exclamation point plays is our variety channel. We don't have any Souls-like content up on any of the YouTube channels other than the archives. You might be able to, if you search the archives, which is a full stream upload. We did do a Soul Level 1 Dark Souls playthrough on stream at one point. That was a while back. Somewhere in the 2018, 2019 era, I want to say, but we have done that. Maybe it wasn't that old. Gorable, thanks for the 6 months, the half year of support. Maybe that was only last year, actually. Did I play Elden Ring off stream? Yes, I did it completely blind. I enjoyed the absolute heck out of it. I will be doing the exact same for the DLC. I'm going to acquire it off stream, play it completely blind, and then when I get a new stream PC, which is going to be one of this year's projects, is create something significantly more powerful PC-wise. Currently, I don't have the capacity to, with my PC, stream anything like Elden Ring. It would bring my computer to its knees just trying to render it at 1080p, let alone then trying to run OBS alongside. But with a significant hardware upgrade, I can start to explore the possibility of streaming big 3D games like Elden Ring. Better yet, modded Elden Ring. And that could be pretty cool. Foggate randomizer. I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of Elden Ring, but that sounds hilarious. Do I ever play your Spire off stream? Not these days. No, not these days. Okay, so before we jump into any, speaking of Slay the Spire, before we jump into any Slay the Spire today, I want to show off once again our amazing desk pad created through Epic Desk. That just opened for pre-orders yesterday, which is this thing. Where did it go? Here. Let's transition here. This beautiful thing right here. So this is my actual desk, and the actual Epic Desk mousepad / desk pad. This thing is 3 feet wide, 90 centimeters, pretty huge. But it's a beautiful, very wonderfully colored, printed piece of desk art that was created specifically for this stream with the Baylor Smug Mug here in the bottom corner. Yes, it is gigantic. Something to be doubly stressed about it. Because I think its sheer size will be off-putting to a lot of people who might have been interested in something like this otherwise. But at the same time, it's just a gorgeous piece of art and exactly what I needed for my own desk. A couple people said the other day that this doubles really well, or it looks like it would double really well as a card game playmat, and I agree. This is the perfect amount of space to play something like a Magic the Gathering game or a similar over-the-board card game. Let me get you another view here. This is the promo photo. It's actually pretty hard to get stuff to look good in real life, but here's the beautifully taken promo photo from Epic Desk with their wonderful photo studio. So that's not my keyboard and mouse, of course, but that is exactly what the desk pad looks like in all its beautiful full color glory. Really nice stitching on it. It's supposed to be washable, cleanable, should last a long time if taken care of, and it's, again, this is a one-of-a-kind, unique piece of art, which is what I like most about it. I worked with the creator Maddie, the artist, to create the actual art that goes on this thing, complete with that lurking Baylor in the bottom right corner there. Yours truly, peeking away from within the tree roots. So this is a D&D inspired piece of art. Originally, my first idea for this was I actually wanted to do a spread with like all the Spire characters and cards flying, but Epic Desk won't allow any actual in-game art for copyright reasons. Even if you were to somehow finagle a negotiation, you know, easier to just not do that. So we settled with a completely new landscape that was D&D inspired, and I really like what we ended up with. This is a totally beautiful piece of art. And even if I didn't sell a single one of these, and again, my goal is not to make money off of these, but rather just to have this really cool piece of one-of-a-kind stream art that people can join in on if they wish. And for me, all I wanted was this one-of-a-kind desk pad, which is freaking awesome. I love it. So I'm totally stoked to have this thing. Look at the real one again. It's beautiful. Yeah, that smug mug there. He's gorgeous. Whalers live in the abyss, but they like to take strolls in forests sometimes to lurk and find what fun that there is. So again, you can pre-order these. These are pre-orders are open until May. So essentially what it is there's a 4-week ordering period. Everybody who orders one will be shipped one when they're printed at the end of the order period. After that, Epic Desk moves on to new campaigns, and they will never print this mat again. So the only way to get one is to pre-order during this 1 month of April here. If you have any interest in getting one. So a one-time opportunity. We won't ever be able to create or sell these again once they're done. So get them in while you can. I know several people have already ordered them. Storm got one, Olivia got one. But can it beat your mousepad from 1996? I mean, if it's still chugging, it might not be able to. Genuinely. It's cool stuff. So, all right, now we can play. Now we can play some Spire. I've showed off the beautiful arts. We'll be showing off that a couple more times. Let's get some Slay today. Hello, critter. His babies are your retirement plan. That's right. Yes, they're you know, once I'm president of the World Galactic Council, these things are going to be worth millions at minimum. So it's really the only safe play to buy as many of them as possible now before I launch my interstellar political career and become a icon. Like literally a desktop icon. It'll be my face. You have to click me to open the internet. And that's how I'll be famous. Fairly got a new prompt for their next book. There you go. Actually, I think that would be a funny premise for a story of some kind, which is that like an internet cat is voted leader of the world. Just the highest viewed YouTube video. The person that's in that is now world leader. And if it's a cat, that's perfect, actually. As I said, like the town who elected a cat as mayor. There you go. Except far more high stakes. You know? Downloading BaylorNet. Donna Segura says it's perfect until an aide puts the nuclear remote on a high shelf or table. It gets then intentionally batted off the shelf. How's it going? Ulti NG, quite the blappening. Heck yeah. All right, before we jump into the Spire proper, I actually do need a very short break here. I'm going to tweak a couple things, turn down the lights. So I wanted to show off the desk mat. I don't need that for my face anymore. Grab a bit more water and sort myself out for a second. When I return, we're going to be jumping into, I believe, a Watcher run, as we just had a delightfully successful defect. Gotta say, one of the best predictors for a successful defect run is this relic right here, the Bag of Preparation and the Centennial Puzzle. We picked them both up, and the card draw was huge. We're also able to use Frozen Eye to get some serious stuff done during the boss. Wait a minute, discard. Wait. When you actually have to use a fairy in a bottle for fairy reasons, does it say used or discarded? Now I need to know. Shoot, when was the last time we had to use a fairy in a bottle? Nurkad, thanks for 20 months of support. Wait, can I... I can relic filter, but I can't potion filter. Yeah, we discard, like, yeah, I know, last run we discarded it after the fight. What I want to know is, what does the run history say if the fairy in a bottle was consumed in order to keep me alive? Because if so, my theory about how Toy Ornithopter doesn't work with fairy is incongruent with what's being presented to us. 14 days ago on Act 2 on Defect, says Hazek. Actually, that's pretty good. Purchased Fairy in a Bottle. Looks like we kept it for this run. Oh yeah, this was I think we actually trapped that one. 19 days ago. $17th. Maybe this one. Or 33. Oops. Used. Yes, used. There it is. Thank you. Thank you for the assist on fighting this one, Hazek. Yes, used Fairy in a Bottle. Actually gets recorded as used. Interesting. So that is indeed incongruent, then. Because the Relic Collection entry for Toy Ornithopter reads, whenever you use a potion, heal 5 health. It does not activate when Fairy in a Bottle goes off. And in the Potion Lab, Fairy in a Bottle reads, when you would die, heal to 30% of your max health instead and discard this potion. Description actually never mentions using it. Although none of these either say use. Mysteries upon mysteries. Yeah, it's funny how I can mention something that happened, a week or a year or several years ago, and because there's hundreds or sometimes thousands of people around, and odds are that somebody in chat is like, oh yeah, I was just watching that. I just saw that. What does Secret Bark read? Double the effectiveness of potions. I don't know of any situation, I can't spell good, where the Fairy in a Bottle will heal you an extra 5 health with the Toy Ornithopter. A feeling that I'll master Conjure Blade on Watcher today. I hope so. We are starting with Watcher today. And there's definitely some fun cards we have yet to master. I've got a few feelings as to what we might get on this run. Gonna take, like I said, a really short break here. I'm gonna BRB for just a couple of minutes. Not too long, this one. Upon my return, the Watcher embarks in the Spire. Don't go nowhere, folks. Alrighty, everybody. I am ready to slay some spires. Let's do it. As ever, we're working towards our Slay the Spire Mastery Challenge this year, which asks us to win with all of the different cards in the game. We see that thanks to our Mastery mod created by community member B, a card that we have not yet won with is marked as not mastered above it. In this case, Eruption is the starter card on Watcher. We have not yet mastered. In order to master Eruption, we have to win a run with 2 or more instances of that card in the deck, which is easier said than done for some cards, especially. What an elite-laden act we have. I see a few characters aside from Watcher can handle a path like this, but if anyone can do it, Watcher can, allowing her to load up on elites early on and collect many relics to get strong with. We could go a slightly... Oh, there's another this is also for elite path. These paths are effectively identical, actually. And this one would allow me to maybe opt in or out of a store. I like that even more. Would not mind going 2 stores. So, common relic start sounds pretty excellent to me. That we'd have tons and tons of relics. Can I make a tutorial on how to speak like I do? Play lots of fantasy video games from a young age. And absorb all the NPC dialogue. I think that's how I got created. Does Transform 2 get any consideration here? A little bit. Transforming 2 defends, I think, could be very, very strong. Shrinking the deck. Well, not quite shrinking, but reducing the amount of non-attack cards in the deck, most likely, or giving us powers to work with, potentially. At worst, we get other block cards, and those are not bad either. The only thing I don't like about this is that we lose our money, which might be important for this early shop to gear up for the elites. And would matter at this shop too, potentially. So it's not so much that I don't like transforming 2, and it's more that I really want the 99 gold that we start with. Don't think I would want to take a boss swap here too often. I'm going to take the common relic. Load me up. Oh, and what a common relic it is. The Preserved Insect, arguably one of the best starts for common relics, is going to allow us to easily take 4 elites, no problemo. Only the Burning Elite were a bit more conveniently located. Alright, well, let's definitely start this way then. We may or may not go to this shop, depending on what the events contain. And we're going to do some boppins, is what. Goodbye, elites. Certainly wouldn't call it a one run or anything like that. Play that extra strike. There's a lot of work we must yet do before we consider this run victorious. Alright, strike does no sufficient harm here, but vigilance defend works. Could have actually drawn a 3rd defend instead of vigilance, and that would have been the worst possible draw here. We'd have taken 9, but that was a pretty unlikely draw. Any 2 damage cards would have killed. As it stands, we can full block this, and then as soon as we draw Eruption again, we can kill with that saved 2 energy from the Wrath. Watcher's all about setting up, usually, for a slightly more powerful turn in the future in order to give yourself the biggest possible impact, leveraging that Wrath stance for double damage as best you can. For that reason, I do like picking up a 2nd Wrath card on Watcher early on. I think Crescendo works pretty well here. Or we could take Flying Sleeves so that our damage has the retain keyword. When it comes to retaining on Watcher, I'd say you want some of your cards to retain. Not too many, certainly not more than 5, because if you're retaining more than 5 cards, then you're not drawing any new cards at the start of your turn. But moreover, the whole point of the retain keyword is to allow you to combine 2 cards together so that you can get 2 effects at the same time. Therefore, you want one card with retain and the other card to be comboed without retain that has other useful keywords. If you combine 2 cards that have retain, you're kind of wasting one of them in order to get them drawn together. So I'd say your stance change or your damage should have retain, but not both. Let's go with the stance change, has retain. Like an early crescendo. It's a nice upgrade, too. Cleric offers me a card removal. Hello, friend. I am Cleric. I am interested in your services, because I think defend removes on Watcher are very important. And it means we don't actually have to go to a shop, potentially. We just get the card removed that the shop might have offered us. Spend that money. That mold? That gold. I wanted to say money and gold at the same time. That came out as mold. Spend that mold. Aha! And then desecrate a shrine to get rich. Now we can go to the shop. And since we're already down 1 card, we don't mind removing the curse. Either. Notably, we haven't mastered Regret. We'll have to eventually win a run with 2 copies of it, but I don't think this is going to be the one. It hurt a bit, actually. Ouch. I regret taking that curse. Dip. Bop-a-dip-boo. Alright, not too much damage from the curse there. Flurry is the attack that we haven't mastered of these 3. I have to say I am not much of a Flurry believer prior to getting the relics that go with it. That said, we are rich, and we're going to get a lot of relics, so Flurry does look pretty decent here. That said, though, I think Bowling Bash improves the current situation the most, dealing 7 damage for each enemy in combat. Really good solve for the 3 sentries fight, in particular. Blue Candle in the shop. I don't think I would spend 270 gold on the Blue Candle, but it's a possibility, I suppose. Anyway, I'm taking Bowling Bash here, because it makes sentries really easy. Which relics does Flurry love? Nunchaku is one of them. But also Shuriken, Ornamental Fan, Kunai, Ink Bottle. A few others like that. Membership card's pretty sweet. Actually, membership card makes... Huh. It's a genuinely good ceramic fish. We only have to buy, we only have to add 10 cards in order for this to start paying money. And any money it gives is going to be effectively doubled beyond that point, too. How's it going, Josh, man? Thanks for the hundo bits. Helped you go from Ascension 2 to 20. It's quite the climb. Do I have any stream archive similar to my Spire how-tos for Monster Train? I do have a sort of intro-style vid for Monster Train. I think we made a command for that. Bailey, do you remember if there's a command for that? Yes, MT explain. Thank you. Yes. Yes, if you're a little stumped on Monster Train, check out that video right there. And you might be able to get a bit more sense as to what's going on in that game. Perfect. I think I am going to buy this ceramic fish. And yeah, we're removing the regret. Any tips on getting past Ascension 17? I tend to say that the Ascension 17, 18, 19 hurdle is definitely one of the most challenging. It's when normal, elite, and boss enemies kind of move up to their highest tier movesets. My rule of thumb for these Ascensions is that you have to be 1 turn faster than you were on the lower difficulties. You must kill the boss or the enemy or the elite, whatever, 1 turn faster than you would have normally. So that means, generally speaking, less defensive decks, more offensive. Especially on Watcher and Silent, consider removing Defends. Take and upgrade attack cards early, especially AoE attack cards. Make sure your first upgrades are always towards your damage. And use potions very carefully. Is another little tip that I could help. You have to have a specific use case in mind for potions a lot of the time. Speaking of, double regen potion could be a lot of healing. That's kind of fun. I am gonna buy this. This on sale Sash Whip for only 13 gold. It would only be 4 gold if I buy Ceramic Fish. Do I want a 4 gold Sash Whip? Let's do it. Sure, I'll pay 4 gold for Sash Whip. Sounds good. I don't think I want anything else here. Not even the potions. We do have another shop coming up, and we'll be, quite frankly, relatively rich for this shop. 3 elites will drop an average of 90 gold. If we're lucky, there's going to be money in the chest, and we'll also get 9 gold per card we take, which could be up to 3. I like it. Why 9 and not 10? I think Ceramic Fish would be perfectly fine at 10. I have no idea why they chose for it to be 9. Haven't got a clue. Oh, so small. Look at the small knob. So tiny. It's so cute. So, for example, getting over the Ascension 17, 18, 19 hurdle on Watcher is often a matter of just entering Wrath as quickly as you can and killing your foes before they can strike you. Looks like we're actually 1 damage short here, hilariously. So I wouldn't maybe say that that's hilarious, so much as it is a little bit sad. But we take 3 damage, we win the Gremlin fight. That's a pretty good time. Without the reduced health from the Preserved Insect, there's no way we'd be killing the Gremlin Knob on this turn, so much gratitude to Preserved Insect for making this fight easy peasy for us, and netting us a shovel, such that we can now dig for relics at rest sites. Oh. Can I at least upgrade Eruption? Battle him? Blasphemy and a halt. I actually don't mind an early Battle Hymn. Start of each turn, add a Smite to your hand. You play Battle Hymn early in a fight, and it provides a very constant damage output. It's also an energy sink. This can really backfire if you can't afford to play the Smites that are being created. I'm going to grab this as a power that we haven't mastered, and also an early game damage card. Any cards that will make me take Blasphemy early Act 1. Sands of Time would make it very good. I'm trying to think what other attacks would work particularly well with Blasphemy. It's pretty good with Conclude as well. Cut Through Fates. If I have multiple Cut Through Fates, it gets a bit better. Wheel Kick. It's actually quite good alongside stuff like Battle Hymn as well. Ragnarok. Yeah, Ragnarok makes Blasphemy good. If you can afford, well, thing is, if you've got Blasphemy, then you can afford to play the Ragnarok, because the Blasphemy gives you 3 energy. That part's fun. I guess I'm just going to dig up a relic? Question mark? Normally this is where I'd upgrade Eruption, and that really does feel like probably the correct choice. But whatever. Let's dig. We get a Gremlin Horn, which is actually amazing. Whenever an enemy dies, gain an energy and draw a card. Perfect timing before the 3 Sentries fight. And look at that, Bowling Bash turn 1. Heck yeah. So B-Bash does what, 21? So I can kill the middle one here, and then play Battle Hymn off the Gremlin Horn. It's so small. Or I can do something like Vigilance, Bowling Bash the front one, and Battle Hymn. Take 2 and set up for next turn. Actually, that feels more reasonable. Let's take 2 here. Give me that satisfying kabonk sound. Bonk. Oh wait, no, yeah, we get a new smite. Good. It's like, we might not draw enough damage next turn, except we guaranteed draw enough damage. What a beautiful fight that was. The boot! Oh man, and establishment. Okay. This is not the greatest combo in the world, but I kind of like it with Battle Hymn here. Smites automatically retain and are 1 cost. So if we retain them for 1 turn, they'll be 0 cost. If we play Establishment. Essentially a long-form energy generator. That doesn't give us a lot of immediate impact in fights, but the Gremlin Horn sure does. So does Bowling Bash. So I kind of like them alongside each other. Take Establishment. Mango, 14 max health. I'm absolutely not going to say no to that. Watcher Ascension 20 heart runs often struggle to get past the heart itself because the heart is able to do such overwhelming damage to you in the first 3 turns of the combat. If you can't survive that, you can't win the run. Having more max health is a really good way for Watcher in particular to survive the initial heart onslaught. I say this is also true for Defect. And a Mango is essentially one of the best ways to get max health, so I'm quite happy with that. Stinky Lagavulin sleeps for multiple turns. This is going to be fun. We can play Establishment and Battle Hymn before this thing wakes up at all. Assuming we can draw Battle Hymn. Guess next turn we go Battle Hymn Vigilance, huh? The other option is get Angie right now. I don't think I'm willing to do that. I'll wait 1 more turn. We're going to try to kill it next turn. That should be pretty easy to do. Free Smite. Oh, we didn't draw Eruption? Bummer. Okay, we can't kill it then. But we can weaken it and block for 5. Take 10 more. Had we drawn Eruption, this would be a kill. But that's okay, it's only 10. We have plenty of health to spare, after all, so no biggie. No biggie. Meal ticket is going to heal us when we enter that shop. Perfect, 15 health right now. Not going to say no to that. Wouldn't mind an Indignation. This could allow us to apply vulnerable to enemies, as well as being a 3rd wrath source. Or an Influence is also okay, letting us choose 1 of 3 attacks of any color to add to our hand. Yeah, currently almost 1 relic per floor. We could potentially buy... Yeah, we can keep that going for several more floors as well, if we really want to. What do I feel about Indignation? It kind of feels unnecessary at the moment. Although it is 9 more gold, which is actually kind of relevant. Sure. I'll take 9 gold. Give it to me. Dolly's Mirror is here. Now I really regret not upgrading Eruption. Now we have 0 upgraded cards. There's not a whole lot worth duplicating here. And I just took another Wrath card, which makes me not want that either. Spending a lot of money on Peace Pipe would be a hilarious choice here. Does this ever double battle him? It could be, but I don't particularly want it to be. I guess with the Establishment, double battle him does make sense. Do I regret removing regret? Not even a little bit. Could Tiny Chest upgrade Eruption? No. But it could give us even more relics. Maybe that's the real reason to take it. No, I would never buy Tiny Chest for 83 gold. That's absurd. I will buy Wallop for, yeah, 11 gold. Super discount. That's happening. And we're going to be removing another Defend card. Also happening. Could see taking a Foresight here. I think we're just going to keep our cash. We're going to be wanting to go to many more shops in the future. I do agree that we probably want another Battle Hymn, but I don't think we need to get it this way. That's my take. So we can do Eruption, Sash Whip, Strike if we want to. Kill the middle one here. Probably is what I want to do. We should play Battle Hymn over Establishment for sure. Four plus 12 is 36. Can't kill this one. We can, just like last time, take only 2 and win the fight. I am very happy with. Get a boot thingy. Start of our 3rd turn, block for 18, and look at that. Meditate. Put a card from your discard pile into your hand, retain it, enter Calm, and end your turn. Meditate is amazing alongside Establishment here. Would actually be a very good upgrade. And might be enough to make us choose not to use the shovel here. Worship also has some value to it. Because the upgrade makes it retain. And a cheap Worship is a good Worship. Although that's a long time investment. Meditate's a lot more immediate. Definitely take a Meditate here. Protect also retains, fun fact. So all 3 of these have retain interactions in some way. Yes, Watcher is worshipping the dead branch there. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Idiocracy. See, I'm tempted to make a ship-related pun based on your comment there. Am I floating the idea of a ship pun? I am. Although I don't know if the idea holds any water. Dream Catalyst, thanks for the tier 1 sub. How well do I think I could draw every card from memory? I can't draw all that well in the first place, so if we're going off memory, it's going to be even worse. Oh boy. Easy pool, by the way. Bippity-bam. Give him a slap. To the face. Flurry of Blows is back. And I definitely don't want it this time. Skipping all of these. Alright, combat or event? If I want more relics, I gotta take more events. It's Gremlins. So many gremlins. You'll wish that they hadn't made you fight so many gremlins. Caw. That's what I said. Thanks, Gremlin Horn. You make life easy. Good job. Second Bowling Bash, Sands of Time. Actually pretty spicy with the establishment. We can make it a very powerful, very cheap attack very quickly. Yeah, I'll take one Sands of Time. And unfortunately, instead of digging up a relic, I think it's very imperative that we smith, if nothing else, meditate, so that we can fetch 2 cards from the discard pile, retain them both. Okay, entering Wrath for next turn is a very bad idea. We have way too much health for this Hexaghost fight, unfortunately. Note that Hexaghost on turn 2, this boss and this boss only, will attack you for an amount based on your current health. The more health you have, the deadlier this attack, and 6x6 is pretty deadly. Not much we can do about it, we just have to lose a lot of this health. Yeah, definitely a boss that punishes you for suffering from success. Alright, I'll use the Miracle for 5 health here. I'm going to take back our Eruption and the Wallop, making them both 1 cost for the rest of this fight, thanks to Establishment. And then we can get some Vulnerable down. Next turn could be fun. It's only 24 at most, though. Bonk. Doing essentially triple damage when the enemy is vulnerable and we have Wrath. Oh good, we drew Meditate. 60 damage. Yeah, I'm just going to play Sands of Time, Meditate the Sands of Time, I think. It's the right play here. Seems fine. Yeah, Budget Divinity, that's right. Could also go Battle Hymn, Bowling Bash, Meditate. I think the Smite next turn is kind of nice, but it's not a free Smite until 2 turns from now. We're winning next turn. Well, you're not winning. So we either take a bunch more damage by entering Wrath this turn, or we don't do that, and then we lose the Vulnerable. We just take more damage and win. I'm fine with that. Seems acceptable to me. Could even use the Liquid Memories to win right now if I want, but I'd rather lose a little bit of our health and keep that Liquid Memories for next act. GG, Hexa Nerd. We got a Liquid Memories, so I guess we'll have 2 of them then. That's fine. Funny enough. Devotion, Scrawl, and Blasphemy. Deck with Establishment really likes Scrawl to get all the retaining cards into your hand immediately. Mantra per turn can be pretty useful. Blasphemy is increasingly good with our high power attacks, but I'll take the Scrawl here. Alright, as for our boss relic options, commit to the shovel with a fusion hammer. We gain energy each turn, but we can no longer smith at rest sites. Who cares? I'll just dig instead. Excellent. Alternately, Velvet Choker or Runic Dome. We could limit ourselves to 6 cards per turn. That's a bit iffy, especially with Establishment Meditate nonsense. Or we can lose the ability to see what enemies are doing, which is fine and all. And for the most part, we wouldn't care that much. But heck, let's just dig up relics. It's fun. Really like the Fusion Hammer when you have any of the other relics that let you do something different at a rest site, because it allows you to essentially evade the downside of the Fusion Hammer. Very sparse relic for elites here. No matter what path we take, I don't see a way for us to get more than 2 of these elites. Yeah, they're in 3 sets of 3. There's only 6 on the map total. How sad. All right. Well, we know that shops are really good. Let's see if we can get rest sites and shops. We can, especially if we're willing to take on the Burning Elite. Alternately, if we want some events to maybe get a chance at the Colosseum, we could do this way. But I think I'd rather go to the shop and the Burning Elite here. So I think this green path is likely to be what we choose to do. Seems fair to me. Greetings, nerds. I see that you are bonking me on turn 1. Quite a lot of damage, actually. And I have to say, this is cause for concern. You considered not doing that. Alright, this definitely looks like a turn we want to play Establishment, because of the Sands of Time and the Crescendo. Could go Crescendo, Wallop, Meditate. That's a pretty good move, actually. Of course, that doesn't get the Establishment in play. Tricky, tricky trouble. Or I could just go Establishment, Wallop, Meditate, take a lot more. Wallop Sash Whip works as well, although then not playing Meditate is a bit weird. Might be a use case for the Liquid Memories. We could do something like Establishment, Wallop, Liquid Memories, Wallop, Meditate. That takes comparatively little damage. Gets us well set up for next turn. Although, why would I not then go Crescendo, Wallop, Liquid Memories, Wallop? For serious bonking. And then I could even stay in Wrath, actually, I think. Maybe we just kill one of them? Yeah, if I'm going to use the Liquid Memories, we have much better lines available. Katayame, thanks for the 4 months of support. Is that because I clicked to look at the discard pile? Yes. Yeah, if you click on the discard pile when there aren't any, the character will be like, nope, there is no discard pile. But which Liquid Memories? Now you're asking the real questions. Okay, we have Gremlin Horn too, right? So we can really do this. I don't have a normal kill, do I? 16, 12, 12, 24, 40? Not enough, no. 36 plus 16. Math time. Sounds like 52 exactly. Sure is. Cool. Okay, we're gonna do this then. A bonk. A bonk again. A blonk. Good talk. Now I can meditate those things, or I can just play Establishment. And have that be 2 cost next turn. That seems like the better play. Hiya. And yes, we do get a potion. I'm pretty happy with that route through the fight. Shadow, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Do I care for Flurry? No, I really, really, really don't. Nope. An odd creature with a hunched back sprouting several tentacles is scrounging through a pile of trash and debris in front of us. Inloth hungry. Feed Inloth. Inloth asks for one of 2 relics. In exchange, Inloth will make it more likely that we find rare cards. But offering either our starting relic, which is kind of interesting here. Yeah, can I convince you to take my boot? One might even argue that Watcher rares are not necessarily something you want to see more of. So I don't even know that we want Inloth's relic here. Lesson learned might be nice, that's true. I say we leave. You shake your head, and Loth hunches even further in size, then scuttles away. Bird nerds. I mean, when else do you use liquid bronze, huh? Sure. Dare I stay in Wrath? I think I do dare. To Sash Whip you. Boot is here. Boot actually helps. That's another option. I could not enter Wrath. Rely on the boot. Let's rely on the boot. Bummer. Yeah, that's a bummer. What do we do about this hand? Use the other liquid memories. That's one option. I don't completely dislike going down to no potions here because we can easily just buy our potions back at the shop for very cheap. Shadow says, YouTube videos have helped you get better at Spire. Just got an Ascension 7 heart kill as the defect last night. Well, heck, congrats. Defect heart kills are particularly tricky. Does losing your starter relic prevent you from getting the replacement boss relics? Asks P. Good. Yes. Yes, you are unable to find the upgraded starter relics if you have lost your starter relic for any reason, including trading it to Niao at the beginning of the game. Toughest enemies and bosses versus Watcher. Surprisingly enough, Guardian in Act 1 might be the toughest Act 1 boss for Guardian. Because it requires consistent defense, and Watcher is so often leaning offense-heavy. I think of Act 2 bosses, Collector is just the most difficult overall. Gives Watcher a very hard time. And then I'd probably nominate Time Eater for hardest Act 3 boss, because Time Eater can mess with Watcher's draws, and Watcher really, really dislikes having her draws interrupted in such a way. How do I want this to go? So if I do use Liquid Memories on this turn, I'm thinking we go Indignation. I can do Indignation, Miracle, Sands of Time. Maybe I don't need to play Sands of Time. We're essentially doing full damage. So Wallop's only going to do 9. I feel like you can struggle with Writhing Mass on Watcher. I could see that, definitely. Especially if you don't have the blocks to passively block the Writhing Mass's hit, and if your constant attacks cause the Writhing Mass to keep changing intent to something you can't deal with. Oh yeah, I remember that one, Jay Dublinson. We've definitely had a run here or there that just randomly dies to Nemesis. That's kind of what Nemesis's shtick is. It's a consistency check, and if the draw order works out wrong, sometimes even the best decks can just completely die to Nemesis. This only does 20. We do Sands, Sands, and only have 1 energy left. Either way, huh? So we probably want it to be Wallop Sands. Could get back Indignation, make it do 30. Kind of fun. Okay, so we take some still, but definitely less than we would have. Good enough, I think. Have a theory. Alright, not too bad. This Foresight comes upgraded at the start of our turn, scry 4. Not too shabby. Yet another power that doesn't do anything immediately, which is a little worrisome if you have too many of those. But I do like it. Alright, we get a 15 hit point heal. We have essentially 600 gold to spend here, so we can get a lot done. I see we can get Boat Thingy number 2. I really like block on turn 2 as well as turn 3. It's a very nice combo. We'll buy that pretty happily. Could go all the way up to full health with Lee's Waffle here. I think I'll probably just buy a potion. And a card remove. Giant Head can absolutely also be a hard stop to a run. I think Watcher can often get enough damage to deal with Giant Head. And because of all the retain keyword cards, she can outmaneuver Nemesis pretty well if your deck is set up. Or Scry helps a lot with Nemesis too. Repto is tough for everybody, but as long as you've got a Gremlin Horn, you're safe. Usually my philosophy, just have Gremlin Horn. Alright, remove all the defend cards because our relics are blocking for us. Do we want a Deceive Reality, an Enlightenment, anything like that? No, just a potion, please. One potion. It's cold without potions, alone in the dark. Excuse you two. Looks like one of those situations where I recommend killing the Mystic first, aka she's attacking you turn 1 and you can KO the Mystic but not the Centurion. What's our total damage here? Eruption, B-Bash, Strike deals 9 plus 28 plus 24. Yeah, that's enough to kill the Mystic but not the Centurion. How do I rate Shovel as a relic? Pretty low overall, truthfully. It's giving you the option to forego one benefit in exchange for another, which means that it's only good some of the time. You know, if your upgrades are better than an average relic, you shouldn't even use it. And more concerningly, the Shovel is constantly, it's giving you a new option at each rest site. And if you don't evaluate your options correctly, it's very easy to make the incorrect choice and weaken yourself by using the Shovel instead of upgrading when you really ought to have upgraded. But Fusion Hammer makes it pretty sweet. Yeah, or rested. Indeed. It's a 14 health energy potion. Okay. Being aggro with our potion use, but can't say that I care all that much. Excuse you. Alright, well now I have no potions. But I do have 2 Wallops. Maybe, just maybe, that's good enough. Give me another relic. The Regal Pillow. Should we ever decide to sleep, we'll get more health. And with the Fusion Hammer, that's not so bad. Alright, we'll face an elite with reduced health and Gremlin Horn. Hopefully this is was going to say, yeah, Gremlin Leader is probably the easiest one for us to defeat here. I think that's very likely to be the case. How do we want this to play out? Every time we kill a Gremlin, we're going to draw a ton of cards. Tempting to just use the Bolting Bash on the leader here. Gremlin Leader, more like Gremlin Bleeder, am I right? Let's just scroll and see what we get up front here. Do get Indignation. So what I'm seeing is Vigilance, then Eruption, then Indignation. Holding Bash won't be enough at that point. We have to strike the minions. Although that won't be enough to let me wallop and then go back into Calm. This deck is too expensive. Almost like not getting upgrades. It's been seriously detrimental. Almost. Okay, what if I don't even enter Wrath? Maybe that's the easy way to do this. Something like Bolting Bash, Wallop Vigilance. So yeah, Vigilance Wallop. Wallop here. Lets me strike for free. That'll do. Take one. Become all-powerful. Get attacked again. I guess. I think we can actually just kill Gremlin Leader outright, though. This is what, 14 by 3? Plus a bunch? I'm pretty sure that kills. It sure does. Alright, well that wasn't too bad. We get through our first elite no problem, thanks to our relics, putting in all the work. We get a Sundial, which might give us energy someday. And if we wanted more energy, we could consider a Deviform, yet another power that doesn't do anything when we play it. I don't think so. Gary Spaceman, thanks for converting from Prime to Tier 1. Study is interesting. It's like delayed card draw. Pretty expensive, and yet also another power that doesn't do anything up front. All three cards are not mastered, which is consideration to taking one of them. But I really don't feel like they help us very much. Skip it. That's what I say. Skip it. Uh-oh. Hi. You are a big stinky parasite. I see that. Can I put you down? Not really, huh? Wallop Defend is our best block. Wallop Defend is not too bad. In which situations are Deviform takeable, asks Nyasta Brittany. I really like Deviform alongside lots of card draw cards. Cut Through Fates, Wheel Kicks, Sanctities. Study works okay. Battle Hymn that isn't paired with Establishment. Essentially, it's a long-term energy gain card. The thing with this deck is that we already have a long-term energy gain card in the Establishment, along with all the retained stuff. It's important to avoid adding too many different cards that ultimately achieve the same role in your deck. Because if you oversaturate on something, then you will find that you're drawing hands of cards that really don't achieve a whole lot. Like drawing 2 turbos and then only 2 actual energy of cards to spend the energy on anyway. So is it Meditate or Foresight? I think it's Meditate. Let the bunketing begin. Take your stinky attack and stuff it. Returns to our hand upon being scryed. No thanks. Empty body and prostrate. Also, no thanks. So we've actually made money off this ceramic fish already, by the way. That we bought a while back for 85, 86 gold, whatever it was. Good times. Don't know if you just joined us, Merle, but this is a run where we bought ceramic fish, and it's been good. So that alone is kind of fun. Gurya! We can gain strength at rest sites up to 3 times. Well, that is interesting. We'd have to sacrifice 3 random relics to get the 3 points of strength. Actually, 4 random relics, because we can also take the key. So 3 strength or 4 relics. That's actually a really hard choice, because 3 strength is very good on Watcher. I want more relics, though. Dig. We're a boat, Twitch chat. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Botacular. Also, a plus strength Book of Stabbing. No biggie, though. Feels like an important time. The strength will be free next turn if I miracle to play it now. So it's a minimum of 12 damage, probably more than that. Botacular Part 2. $54, huh? I will take 13 if I go Crescendo Indignation Wallop. Be stupid not to, though. Okay. Take some damage, we win next turn. Easy peasy. Just be aggro. Get an ink bottle. Whenever we play 10 cards, draw a card. More card draw is definitely welcome. Wouldn't mind a mental fortress for block when we change stances. I also think empty mind is quite good, so that we can exit our stance and get more cards into our hand. Especially as we start establishmenting cards cheaper, it's going to be beneficial to have more and more card draw. And this is an empty mind we're never going to be able to upgrade. Or, sorry, a mental fortress that we're not going to be able to upgrade, which makes it a bit less appealing. I'll take the empty mind. Snake Plant. Oh boy, that is a spooky turn 1. Eruption, Indignation, Wallop if I wanted to. I'm not sure that's a good idea, though. Seems better to not enter Wrath here. Getting more free block next turn anyway. Have some boot value. Okay. Next turn we won't get attacked. Let's just block here. Second Cure Potion. An upgraded Consecrate. 8 damage to all enemies for 0 cost. Actually really appreciated. We've got good card draw, but relatively limited ability to actually strike our foes without spending energy. And the free upgrade says, why not? Give me 9 more gold. Aha, I was hoping. Alright, that is going to make our life a lot easier here. Apotheosis says, upgrade all your cards for the rest of combat. Don't mind if I do, actually. Orange pellets could be quite nice, allowing us to remove debuffs, or we can take a point of strength with this Vajra. Or we could remove a card, but I actually think taking either 1 strength or orange pellets would be quite useful. We're not fighting the Collector, which would make orange pellets a bit more appealing. I bottle Apotheosis or Scrawl? I think I would bottle Apotheosis if I was to be offered one. Now, let's take the pellets here. Let's do it. What does pellets do versus the Collector? I guess probably nothing, because we killed them on turn 3, right? Alright, we'll Scrawl versus you two. Hey, upgrade that establishment before I play it. Make it so. Arguably better to play the Foresight here. Although we do have Battle Hymn in play already. Yeah, arguably better to play the Foresight. Would I take Fasting now that we have Orange Pellets? Yes, I think it would be worthwhile. I think it would be pretty good. Forty damage. Not play establishments. Wave of the Hand, plus. Whenever you gain block this turn, apply 2 weak to all enemies. The upgrade doesn't matter that much now that we have the Apotheosis, of course. Still could be okay. We don't get blocked that much currently. Doesn't work with the boat thingies? No, I don't think so. Cut Through Fate. It's decent. I don't think we need it. And we're gonna dig one more time. Getting a White Beast statue. Now we always get a potion every fight. That ain't so bad. Do I want to enter Wrath? Sure. Better to go Indignation Sash Whip than it is to play Eruption, yes? Yes. Establishment is not yet in play. Perfect. This would be a reasonable time for a Cure Potion, maybe on one of the orbs here. We gotta start drawing Apotheosis a little earlier. Let's see if we can find it. There it is. 24. This does a full 60. Okay. Let's just kill you. Establishment is not yet in play. Almost full blocking anyway. You know what? I don't... Yeah, we're going to get a potion anyway. Okay, yeah, let's use one here. Let's do this. Now we get to stay in Wrath. Since we blocked so much. Oh my goodness, Sundial is here. What fortune. Need that anymore. Perfect. And we want to empty mind at the end. Then we kill. GG. Ultor, thanks for 4 months. Only 2 ascensions away from A20 on all characters. That's heckin' sweet. Well done. Not the worst deck in the world for a Wish. Wishing for extra gold here would have quite an impact through the rest of the run. Master Reality doesn't do a whole lot. It would upgrade the smites we get, but it's insignificant here. Or Devil Form. I think this is a pretty reasonable wish. You can also wish for strength or plated armor, should we so desire. But again, the main goal here would be to wish for cash in each fight, since we already have pretty good energy generation, and we get double value out of cash. Thanks to the membership card. I think the wish is probably worth it. There's the Black Star. Better late than never, they say. Black Star would give us an extra relic from each elite. Alternately, if we want more relics, we could just take the Calling Bell, getting an unremovable curse, but 3 relics immediately. 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare. There's also a delightful energy option in the Violet Lotus here. Whenever we leave Calm Stance, we gain a 3rd point of energy, which is very, very good. Especially with Meditate in the deck already. We'd appreciate a 3rd Calm card if we wanted to do Violet Lotus things, but I think this would help quite a lot. But have I considered a relic count? I mean, this run is making choices based on relic count, so I think we should continue to make choices based on relic count. Let's take the Black Star. Come on, 4 elites. 3. 3 will do. 3 will definitely do, and I can even hit 2 stores if I want to. Cool. So we'll seek to wish for money in most fights here. Could just take 4 combats. Events are okay as well. Take 1 event at least. You know, random rare relic and all that are pretty good. Always get a potion, so there's not a whole lot of reason not to just use potions too. Heck yeah, let's just distill chaos. Okay, that was sad. Pathetic even, but here we are. Excellent. think Gremlin Horn's going to make it a lot easier to play Wish in certain fights. Boot valued. Kill you. Kill you. My empty mind we're going to shuffle without Wish. That does not sound very helpful. Perfect. Times. Group of purple fire spirits are what we encounter at our event. We could give up a rare card to gain 10 more max health here, which we wouldn't completely dislike getting rid of something like Wish. But I think simply removing a starter card here is completely acceptable. We can get rid of a strike or the last event. And those are both just fine. Preferably, I'd get a second copy of Battle Hymn on this run. Really like to see that happen, rather than eliminating it. Eliminated it. Zavak, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Oh no, we're too late for these guards now. Potion's pretty good with the orange pellets. Windmill Strike and Reach Heaven might have been okay much earlier in this run. They're not so good here. This will be an easy fight. Easy peasy. Scry lets me avoid these dazed a lot more effectively. For example, here I can just discard 4 dazed. Also, my enemies aren't attacking me, which is very convenient. Sure like when they do that. Thankfully, Wallop gives block first, and then you take Thorn's damage. Third Eye, scries for 5, which is quite a lot of scry, actually. That said, Tranquility is also a huge energy generator, although we didn't take the thingy, so no. Didn't take the Violent Lotus. What do we think? Another combat or another event? I've already got enough stuff to afford everything at this stinky store anyway. Take an event. Miracle was part of the card pool. Would I ever take it? Oh yeah, if I had Dead Branch, for example. Be an easy pick. False dichotomy. Yeah, it's kind of like a seeing red. So in situations where seeing red is good, it'd be pretty good. Wishing for more gold is fun and all, but have we tried wishing for more wishes? I think that's where the real money is. The balcony. No frail for me, thank you. Omniscience. Choose a card in the draw pile, play it twice. Wish? Omni-wish? Omniscience? I'll freaking do it. Sounds like money to me. Big money. Actually, I can do that right now. I'm in. I'm not afraid of Giant Head. Probably just use the Flex Potion here. Yeah, let's just do that. Make sure this fight is smooth. It genuinely might not be. If I don't take some action here. All absurd hands. Didn't put establishment in play. That was maybe a mistake. Yeah, because the smites would have been pretty cheap if I had done that. Why are you still here? Could ask you the same question, Mr. Giant Head, sir. Bye. To you too. There's the blue candle. We can now play curse cards, and if we somehow get to no cards during our turn, we can draw a card off the Unceasing top. Lesson learned is a little bit late, and with Apotheosis a little bit irrelevant, so not welcome here at all. Oh yeah, you can link that video, Shaman. The you're talking about the score run. I think I might even have a command for that link. Forgotten Arbiter's 7,000 point run. Very cool YouTube video. Skip all these. Alright, with 400 gold, we gotta know what's in the store. How's our fish profit at? 144 gold, so we're at 50-ish gold more than we paid for it so far, and a few more floors to go. It says not mastered. It is time. Buy the second apotheosis. Genuinely, that helps us find the first apotheosis more easily. Which alone is worth doing here. I also really like duality. We play an attack, gain 1 temporary dexterity, which can be used alongside the orange pellets for some serious shenanigans. Although we don't actually have a lot of cards that benefit from dexterity yet. Just lucky will be one such card, though. And I can also remove strike, and I should. Doesn't feel like we need meat on the bone. Swift strike is okay. I'm happy with this, I think. Oh yeah, there it is. High score. Thank you. Soup to go. For that 7,000 point run by Forgotten Arbiter. That one involves abusing the power of Wish to get lots and lots of money, combined with Nightmare. Okay, we can take a little bit. Getting both Establishment and Foresight in play is going to be crucial in this fight. We do get to keep 2 points of Dexterity as well. Transient can be a really tricky opponent. This enemy gets stronger and stronger each turn, requiring you to have constant and consistent damage output, which is much easier said than done. Good fight for the Fear Potion, actually. Let's do it this way. 100. Thankfully, it's not actually 100. It's only 46. Yes, duality works with orange pellets. It's a beautiful thing, really. Next turn could be super, super bad. We're not careful here. I think third eye does much for me. Okay, meditate's okay, but we are absolutely gonna get slapped here. For way more damage than I would like. I choose not to wish. If I choose not to apotheosis, I can wish. Might be better to wish for something else here. Something other than money. More strength to do more damage this turn could be appreciated. Ink bottle save. We could also do, what's 3 cards? Apotheosis, Consecrate, Indignation. No, Ink bottle does nothing. So I'm just gonna do this. We really don't take that much damage, all things considered. Gee, battle him would be really nice to get in play. Actually. Yeah, Meditate's better than Battle Hymn. Should have played Battle Hymn rather than one of those attacks. All good, though. Double battle hit. Double smite. The re-smitification. Bonk. Stance potion's nice for changing stance on a win. Getting through a relatively difficult transient fight there without too much difficulty feels great here. Second copy of Just Lucky is actually just what we're hoping for with the orange pellets and our ability to get huge stats. Mastering this card seems very reasonable indeed. So I can maybe buy a relic at the shop, or I could just dig one up here. I think let's just dig. Although being offered a card in the Mastery and a 15 hit point heal is also tempting. Candle puzzle, totally a thing. Chance at a second battle hymn is pretty worthwhile. Okay, let's go to the shop. Second establishment is here. Bronze scales and toolbox are both kind of nice. Let's take the toolbox. Start of each combat, we can choose one of 3 random colorless cards to put into our hand. Speed potion also very powerful with the orange pellets, but I think we've already got one good potion. I'm not going to try to keep 2 when I'm getting a new one each fight. It's a lot of relics, it sure is, and we're not even done. We're going to get, spoiler alert, 5 more relics in the next 3 floors. Play the power last to keep the dexterity. What's causing the size change in elites? This relic right here, the preserved insect, creates a shrinking aura that targets particularly large enemies. Won't be of much to use next turn. I'd like to think we can come back to Wish, but I don't know how true that is. An Omni Apotheosis? No, we'd rather Omni Foresight, surely. If we were going to Omni anything. Although then I can't play Vigilance. There we go. Center's Bane as a draw 3 is a little tempting here. Omniscience. I think Vigilance. That's slightly wrong. There we go. Now we can Omniscience Wish. 60 gold. It's almost enough money to buy a relic right there, which is crazy. Crazy good. Calcum. If we end our turn with no block, we'll gain some. Bottled Flame lets us start with an attack in the opening hand, and Mental Fortress is back, which I think is good now that we have the Apotheosis. Get in here. I want any attack to be in the opening hand. I wouldn't mind Just Lucky, I suppose, bottled. Everything else seems pretty bad. Rather have more relics than less relics, so sure, I'll bottle one of the upgraded Just Luckies. Bottled Sands of Time also, yeah, reasonable. Not amazing, but reasonable. Dig. Fossilized Helix. Prevents the first time we would lose health each combat. Well, ain't that amazing? The bomb here. No idea if that's correct. Enough to KO anyone. Striker Ninja, thanks for 20 months. Good to have you here. Let's see, I can play 5 cards, so I can draw one more. All right, all right. Wallop, though. I guess I'll just use the Stance Potion, that's fine. Important things to do than making money at this exact moment. Omniscience is a little tempting. Now we lock in all of that accumulated dexterity. We just have 7 dexterity for the rest of this fight. Seems good to me. Perfect. Omniscience. Beautiful. Get a Teardrop Locket. We now start in Calm, and a Thread Needle to give us plated armor, and a Liquid Memories. We could take either Simmering Fury or Deceive Reality. This is a really good card to go with our Dexterity that we can now gain. I do think we want another block option, and a Deceive Reality will fit the bill. So there's our final relic count, at least going into Act 4. We're at 29 relics, which is a lot of relics. One might even say too many relics, but I wouldn't say that. Pretty gnarly turn 1 out of the triple jaw worms, but we can sort this out. You perish. Turn, discard that. Is it worth it to Miracle Meditate? Yes. Almost able to block that entirely. It's pretty spicy. Almost. Wishes. Excellent. Bonk. That's right, we have the same number of relics and cards. That's kind of cute. Fear No Evil looks pretty good. Yeah, I want a stance-changing attack card. Crush Joint's also kind of acceptable, but not as important as I think this Fear No Evil is. Here we have to recall. No digging for us. We must get all 3 keys to go to Act 4. So here's our second page relic. We can get another Apotheosis. Bomb is pretty good here, so is Thinking Ahead. Let's take a Bomb. Bomb-tacular. So we prefer not to lose buffer here. 2 attacks. These are pretty good cards for next turn. So Vigilance will easily full block. Or I could do something like Mental Fortress, Fear No Evil, Meditate. Get a couple points of dexterity. Don't play the bomb. I think life will be easier if I do play the bomb. We're gonna forget Mental Fortress for the moment. I could Miracle to get back Vigilance Just Lucky. That is pretty reasonable. But it will be 2 energy later in this fight. We're fine. Yeah, multi-attacked turn 2. Never really happy to see that from the Awakened one, but it does happen sometimes. C'est la vie. Third Eye's gonna draw a card off Ink Bottle, so what's the card gonna be? Not Omniscience. To see reality is just fine. Okay with playing Wish one time. I think we're unlikely to be able to spend all this money anyway. Please stop trying to break the bot. You mischievous lot. Always trying to do that. What has that poor bot ever done to you, huh? That was a really good chance to get some actual dexterity here. Make sure we play the power last, so we get to keep 4 points. And now we're scrying every turn, which is pretty dang useful. Wallop, Mental Fortress be enough? No. That works, though. Have some bone. Oops. Slightly wrong. Whatever. Only slightly. Actually, really good turn to get Battle Hymn in play. Keep all that dexterity again. Could have also Omniscience to Mental Fortress or Bomb there. Maybe I should have done that. But I'm pretty happy with this outcome. Let's get Bomb in play. Seems good to me. Free cards, please. All the free cards you can shake a stick at. Perfect. Next up is Time Eater. Time Eater is going to require us to limit our number of cards each turn. We want to avoid undue chaos here. This could be a bit of a problem. Okay, the Apotheosis is definitely welcomed. Never liked you. This might be one fight where we actually don't want to think about wishing for money. Omnisciencing a power is reasonable too. Good Omni Establishment, hilariously enough. I think that's actually very good. I'd rather scry a lot of cards so that I can choose my hand each turn. Let's do that. So we only get 2 cards next turn if I meditate. I think I'm just gonna not. Those are all good cards. Play as many cards as possible this turn. Actually, being able to purge the debuffs again next turn is pretty reasonable too. Power attack skill. Slightly wrong. One, two, three. Wish. Being attacked. Yes. So Fear no Evil seems good. Discard all of those. Excellent. Alright, here I'm willing to wish for cash. Just a one-time wish. That's all we can get away with, unfortunately. Full 12 cards here. Smite loose. This would be a good turn for Dark Shackles if I wanted to do the cheesy thing. We might as well. Have fun. Raven 3010, thanks for 28 months. Holy heck, how the time flies. For such a ridiculously long display of support. Bonk bonk. And what a beautiful fight it was. GG. Two thump, two thump, two thump, a deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of all these wishes? Prime your stick and slap the heart for $25.49. Dang. Let's dig one last relic. Letter opener. We play 3 skills in one turn. We do 5 damage to every enemy. Here's the fasting we asked for. Gain strength, gain dexterity, but gain less energy at the end of each turn. That final effect is a debuff that can be removed by the orange pellets. Shuriken is here. Medical kit is here. How do you keep track of all these relics? It thousands of hours of practice is the short of it. It took me, I want to say, easily 2,000 hours before I felt like I could remember all of my relics every time. And I still forget Unceasing Top sometimes. Actually, unceasing top medical kit's kind of a thing, huh? Might as well buy a shuriken. And I can remove after all of that, too. What a great shop. We wished exactly the correct number of times. Can we orange pellet the negative on fasting? Yes, and we shall. Particularly good omniscience target for that reason. One weapon, please. Alright, first and foremost, what's on top of the deck? Omniscience is. Okay. I could discard that and use liquid memories to play it. That seems like the easiest way to win this fight. Because we're going to get a potion anyway. So, let's do that. To the discard pile. Now you're free. What would I like to play twice? Fasting is a pretty good candidate. More money. Wait a minute. Double wish is more strength than double fasting is? No, it's the same strength. Double fasting. Give him the blip blap. What's the play here? Battle him vault? Or do we meditate something? I think it's battle him vault. Now we can do anything. Floating, just win. Let us wait for a moment to get ink bottle higher? Question mark? Is that important? Not particularly. Let's just do it this way. And what an amazing pair of final relics we get. Mummified Hand. When we play a power card, a random card in hand is now free. Incense Burner makes us intangible on turn 6 of the Heart Fight, which is a useful turn. And honestly, I don't even mind a second Sash Whip here for a bit more weakness against the hearts. And yeah, Vault can set up Burner? No, actually, Vaulting will desynchronize Burner, I think. Or wait. No, one is also okay. Yeah. No, Vault was fine. Give me that. Give me that. Ash is interesting. I like Good Instincts a lot, just for a zero-cost block, though. Help us keep this buffer intact a little bit better. We did draw Omniscience turn 1, which is pretty freaking huge, man. So we can double Fasting, or we can double Foresight, both of which are very, very good. I think double Fasting is going to work best. How many hours do we have in Spire? Let's see. Steam says we're now at 6,900. Plus probably maybe 200 to 300 hours of idle time on Slay the Spire, so I'd say solidly 6,500. Nice. Yeah, it's truly an absurd amount. I could see us getting to 10k hours in Slay the Spire. I'm okay with that. I'll put the attack last. decide whether or not to vault next turn. Ideally, we use the buffer to block the big hit, which is exactly what happens. Works for me. That looks like a fun turn next turn. This should be an unceasing top turn, actually. Heck yeah. Put the zinc bottle on 5. $38 damage, just lucky. Like you do. Unceasing Top is going to draw Scrawl, which is hilarious. Although I don't even need to. Ink Bottle draws Scrawl, actually. Forget Unceasing Top. Sorry, Unceasing Top, you're not invited. Lock Potion lets me do everything. I could go Foresight, Meditate. Let's do that. Oh, I didn't need the block potion. I'm a fool. Foolish. Give me that wish back. Gonna play Wish. I get it. Oh wait, yes we are. Wish I was a fish. Give me your money. Beautiful. Wait, 16 block, 18 damage. Oh my god. Hello? And if I vault, I'm immediately intangible? Convenient. Go Deceive. Fear no evil. Indignation. Battle him. Save even more dexterity off the orange pellets. Wallop for fun. And vaults. Now I'm a spooky ghost, but we also can't damage the heart anymore, so... Slight issue there. That didn't help me very much. Oh, well. Suppose when you just block for 20, it's really hard to have things that matter too much. Bonk. King 29 block. Sure. Don't mind if I do. Guess we're never playing Mental Fortress? That's fine by me. Don't even need it. GG, Twitch chat. GG. has it been done. The heart has been bonked. And so, Twitch chat, shall I? Sad we weren't able to get double battle hymn or too many other things, but we did get Just Lucky crossed off our list, and Apotheosis was mastered. So if nothing else, we can call it a success on that basis. GG. GG, 33.99 is our final score. Not too bad. Heart has been successfully bullied. Oh boy, and am I excited for an Ironclad run next. Just 3 easy payments of $33.99, that's right. Spire sleeps. And so shall I. GG Twitch chat, double Just Lucky, double Apotheosis. It's a fun way to get there. And 34 relics. We actually had more relics than cards, which is impressive with a 32 card deck. Huh. Very cool. Well, Twitch chat, next up in the rotation is, of course, the Clad. But it's going to be break time before then. I've been standing for about 2.5 hours. I'd really like to sit down, stretch the legs, refill the water. I'm going to leave you all with the delightful art of our Fiendish Forest desk pad through Epic Desk. Let's see. Let's just do it that way. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So here's our promo photo, this beautiful full length. So again, very, very large, 3 feet wide, 90 centimeters. Beautiful piece of custom desk art created for this stream specifically. You can pre-order one if you want through this link here in chat through Epic Desk. So how it works is that there's a 4-week pre-order period, at which point they create exactly as many as were ordered and ship them out, and then none are ever made again. So this is a one-time only opportunity through Epic Desk to get this unique piece of art. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. That smug-looking Baylor in the bottom corner, I love him. So please enjoy gazing upon this delightful piece of art. We've actually also got a new ending screen, which I'll just pop over to briefly. I decided to use this as our stream boot down screen now, taken from the digital file of the pad, and I think this looks really awesome, the screen here, to replace our fairly old one from long ago. Obviously, we're not ending right now, but I really had to show that off because it's so heckin' cool. Beautiful, beautiful piece of art. Love it. So again, you can own that in physical form through this desk pad. Pretty heckin' cool. All right, Twitch chat, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Upon my return, we'll play some more Spire, seeing if we can break the game as Ironclad. BRB. Alrighty, Twitch chat, we are returned. Thank you so much for hanging out. I had to get some chips and hummus in me there. Needed a bit of a snack. Now I feel great. Great enough to slay the Spire. Let's go. Greetings, choose. I have to say, random rare relics are one of my favorite starts on Clad. Never know when you're going to get a pocket watch or a dead branch start. And there's several others in the rare pool that are very good as well. Losing max health is one of the best starting bonuses or starting penalties as well. Having the least impact in Act 1. Volvador says, is it possible to win a run without taking any damage? Yes, it is possible. Very difficult, but possible. There's even a custom mode modifier that starts you with 1 max HP, so you have to win a run without taking any damage. Do I like Transform 1 with Clad? It's okay. I don't think it's as good as taking a random rare relic here, but I think it's perfectly fine. Could lose 7 max health, get a mango. That's kind of like taking the 7 max health up, except it would mean more current health. Be pretty funny. Instead, we get a boat thingy. 18 block on turn 3. Excellent, excellent relic in Act 1. And I think that for sure locks in. We can take on the Burning Elite here. Could even maybe go 4 elites. Although no initial upgrade is always a bit odd. Boat thingies sure are a nice way to get your run started. That's for dang sure. We will go... I guess if anybody's going to do a 0 upgrade Act 1, it's Ironclad, huh? I'll think about that path. For now, let's grab some card rewards and figure out if we need to buy potions at the shop or not. I think that's the current priority. Figure it out. Figure it out. And don't get bonked by double lice. Longer the fight goes on, the better, right? Since we've got a turn 3 bonus. Rude. But understandable. Actually, maybe looking at the draw pile, I could have known that we wanted to... defend twice and strike once there. I'm not going to complain too much, though. We have a fairy in a bottle, all the more reason to go for so many elites. And what an interesting set of first cards. I'm going to do something a little unusual here, Twitch chat, and boldly click on Clash. Clash run, let's go. Clash is kind of all or nothing. You can only play Clash if you only have attack cards in your hand, and unplayable cards like Ascender's Bane really mess with Clash. However, when it works really well. Get him. I think Uppercut is a pretty good complement to Clash. It's an attack card and a debuff extender. A very nice early pick on Clad, although a bit awkward with no upgrades. We can always change that. Right, we can go 3 elites with an early Uppercut upgrade, perhaps. Definitely happy with Uppercut. Black's also not too bad here. Alongside Clash and stuff in general. Face Trader, so happy to see you. I would love to swap a face with you. We need to master all the face relics by winning with all of them, so we want to face trade every time until we've done that. What do you got? The Gremlin Visage. For me? Oh, yes. Yes. Nice face, nice face. We get to start each combat week, but this relic is not mastered. So actually, that is good? Question mark. Good question mark, exclamation point. Can we survive? That's the question. I have no idea. I'm still going to go for several elites, though, that's for sure. With a fairy in a bottle and full health, I don't think we need to go to the shop, so let's avoid shop for now. Take another fight. Oh, Clash. You sure are a card. Clash doing cool Clash things. Another very good potion. Okay, we're easily going to defeat elites. And Shockwave here means I don't even care to upgrade Uppercut. Love it. Absolutely love it. I'll take it. Bit expensive overall. Actually, Shockwave can make Clash a little difficult to play, but we'll sort that out. Do we want another event or another combat for this elite? Combats feel fine. Take another combat. I'd like another card reward. It's a pretty easy combat, too. Hiya! If you're ever wondering why I don't normally pick Clash, yeah. But the second time we draw it, oh boy. It slaps. Evolve could be something for Slime Boss, maybe. Or Sentries, if I'm worried about them. Are fighting Slime Boss later. Evolve would make Clash less reliable, though. That's odd. I don't think we want Evolve. Seeing Red could work for the energy boost here, just for Shockwave, Uppercut, or Uppercut Bash. There's some consideration here. Okay, and we haven't mastered Seeing Red either? Sure, sure. Shame we got a potion there. So we could upgrade a card. Upgrading Uppercut or Shockwave or Seeing Red might be nice, but I'm going to go for 4 relics here. Let's try to tackle 4 elites. I think we can. We'd like to wake up on this turn, because we have the Captain's Wheel incoming next turn. And yes, we're once again drawing Clash along with Ascender's Bane. It's just how it is. Could also go Bash Strike, but I think we want to get the Shockwave played. Reasonable fight for the Liquid Memories. Can I keep this? I think I do. Probably Uppercut Defend? We may need to Liquid Memories Uppercut next turn, depending on the draw. Alright, Seeing Red, ultimately not so useful. So, 55. Doesn't seem like enough. We have 6 plus 6, accounting for vulnerable and the -2 strength. 6 plus 6 plus 18 is the guaranteed damage next turn. Unless we draw 2 defends, in which case we can't even do that. It's not quite enough to KO, unfortunately. So we have to take another little bit here. But then we're through. Not a bad result for the first elite of a run with no upgrades. We get a strike dummy, which is absolutely massive here. All 5 of our strikes now do 3 more damage, as does any card with the text strike on it, of which Ironclad has quite a few. I think Anger's quite nice. A 0-cost self-duplicating attack card. Quite nice with Clash. Blood for Blood and Dual Wield are kind of interesting. Let's take an Anger. Anger's good. Simple, easy, and effective. Yo. Hey, and finally, oh finally, Clash gets to be played on turn 1. Good job, Clash. Actually, really good job. Because that happened, we get to kill so quickly. Net gain of health from this fight. 20 bucks. Rampage is a hilarious option. I am going to take a Headbutt, because I think Headbutt is very nice for controlling the Clash, as well as other things. It's yet another attack, too. Okay, that's probably enough attack cards for now, unless we see a Twin Strike. I'll take a Twin Strike. Huh. Well, that's not the turn 1 you want to see here, but it's actually not that bad, I suppose. No block ever again, but Clash is guaranteed to go off at least, I think. It could be bottom deck, though. Nope, it works. Excellent. Good job, Clash. Make them all vulnerable, then. Do it. And we can even headbutt the Clash for guaranteed effectiveness. Incredible. Simply incredible. Let's headbutt you, then. Actually, we don't even need to kill you. We want to kill the back one next. That's right. Since we have free block on turn 3. Taking 20 is kind of bad, though, but what can you do? What can you do? Okay, that worked out pretty well. Potion Belt with Fairy in a Bottle is always welcome. And Perfected Strike hits pretty hard. I also like True Grit quite a lot, as True Grit and Clash are good friends with each other. Demon Form I don't think is something we want. Demon Form is very awkward with Clash, for one. Which isn't something we should think about in context of every card, right? The Clash can't shape the whole deck, or we're going to have a bad deck. But it's still worth considering. I think with the Strike Dummy, I'm actually very happy with a Perfected Strike. And I don't have an upgrade to give to this True Grit. I'll take it. Ooh. Nice. I'm out of money. And I'm very happy to see such an early question card. We now get 4 cards per card reward. Which is going to let us find more synergistic cards, more upgraded cards, just more goodness in general. More gooditude. No, I'm just going to do 18 damage. Die. Is Busted Crown worth it with question card / prayer wheel? I would say it's more of a penalty in that situation. I like to think of it as looking at how many fewer cards you see total. So if you've got a prayer wheel, you're seeing twice as many fewer cards. 4 less cards seen per combat rather than 2 less cards seen. That's a bigger penalty. As long as you're able to keep meaningfully using the card rewards, and generally speaking you can, being able to look at more and more cards is very strong in Spire, as you can make some really broken combos doing that. Just Peace, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Oof, okay, here's the first time we're really truly hurt by being weak on turn 1. Normally this would be enough damage to kill one of the slimes, but now it's not. Gonna be weak next turn also, huh? Let's do it this way then. Just have to hold out till turn 3. When the captain's wheel will save us. Shockwave definitely helps a bit. Satisfying. Precipitous downward movement of our health is slightly concerning, but only slightly. We'll be fine. Actually, let's not be weak next turn. Can we do that? I can't do that. Alright, let's kill you and you then. Base tank is the way. Double tap works moderately okay with the cards we have so far. I'm pretty happy skipping these. The best curse build I've ever had, asks Alexander Blittle. Definitely a deck on Ironclad that had the relic Runic Cube and the Power Rupture. So every time they took damage, they would draw a card and gain strength. And then we had the Pain Curse from the Warped Tongs event, such that every time we played any card, we drew another card and gained strength. Because we were taking damage from the curse. It was good. Really good. 28 additional max health Lagavulin. A little spooky here. This could be a tough one, although I think Strike Dummy is going to help a lot. Do it this way. Clash Power. If I want it. Not sure I want Clash Power. Could be Energy Potion to play Clash. That's okay. Kind of unnecessary, though. Damage output looks really good. Honestly, I think we win this fight quite handily. Thanks to the power of Strike Dummy. Making these strikes blap so hard. Look at that, we gained 1 health from the Super Lagavulin. No potions used. Now we have a prayer wheel. Oh, there was the hypothetical. We do, in fact, get question card prayer wheel. So now normal enemies drop 2 card rewards that show 4 cards each. And yes, I think that makes Busted Crown a lot worse than usual. Because we want to be able to get more upgraded cards from seeing more cards. We want to be able to get more rare cards by seeing more cards. What if we get In-Law's Gift here? Also, stuff. Barricade, Dark Embrace, Burning Pact. What fun. I am a certified Dark Embrace enjoyer, and I like it a lot more with Seeing Red and Shockwave already in the deck. Almost assuredly, we can put together the full combo of Dark Embrace, Corruption, Feel No Pain if we're seeing this many cards. I think it starts with the Dark Embrace. Ele Murka, yes, there'll be some Monster Train later. I know I did actually promise Slice and Dice yesterday. I'll make that part of tomorrow's show. There's got to be some Slice and Dice this week. I ended up playing Brotato instead yesterday, and I have no regrets about that. We had some good times in Brotato. Pretty tempting to go to a shop now that we have already 372 gold accumulated, but I think we keep on the elite train here. We are strong, let's keep being strong. Ooh, and a free card remove. Genuinely, we should lose a defend? I think? Till I have corruption, the defends are arguably bad. Have you played Vampire Survivors? Yes, we checked out Vampire Survivors and played even the DLC. Ultimately, I like the kind of base formula of Vampire Survivors, but I think other games implement it better. So I don't feel a lot of reason to revisit Vampire Survivors now that I've played, for example, Brotato. Do we remove Bash here, potentially? We have both an Uppercut and a Shockwave. I have to say that Bash has been useful, but I could definitely see removing Bash here. Okay, yeah, let's remove Bash. See how badly I regret that. Gremlin Knob. Actually not that threatening because of the Captain's Wheel. Think of it as we have 4 turns to kill Gremlin Knob. Technically it is better to... Oh no, I can't play the Clash, even if I double defend here. I played Retropolis, yes. Retropolis is also very, very cool in concept, but odd in execution. I don't like that it's real time. But it's a cool game, for sure. Hey, Google Guardian, congrats on that first A20 heart kill with the Silent. So thrilled to hear the videos have helped. Made you feel sort of dizzy, yeah. Strange game, but not a bad one. Seeing Red lets me play an additional strike. Somewhat tempting. Definitely playing Shockwave. Currently, we have 28 incoming next turn. We can down to 21. We're taking 3 next turn. Reasonable time for the Energy Potion, actually. Just play all 3 strikes. Don't play the Seeing Red. I anticipate using Power Potion versus Slime Boss. Power Potion will be a lot better there than it is here. And we can win this fight without using the Power Potion. So yeah, let's use the Energy Potion here. Let's play all 3 strikes. That should let us kill pretty quickly. P-Strike guaranteed kill next turn, so we can even full block this. Full block the Gremlin Knob. Easy. Get a Red Skull, giving us bonus strength if we're below half health, which currently we are, and a Cultist Potion for 1 strength per turn. Wild Strike puts a wound into the draw pile, which is no thank you. Love me a Battle Trance, though. It's like free card draw. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, what an econ thing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's worse because you would miss more of the cards that you would see, that you could use to build something silly. Really silly. And finally, an upgrade, too. Huh. Dark Embrace is a good upgrade, so is Seeing Red. Battle Trance and Dark Embrace don't work all that well together, that's correct. Once you've played the Battle Trance, the Dark Embrace can no longer draw cards. So that can kind of have an anti-synergy. Good reason not to pick up more than 1 Battle Trance in this deck. But still quite broadly useful for now. Actually, with the Battle Trance, I do like upgrading Seeing Red a bit. How do we feel about Snecko Eye? It'd be cool not taking a Snecko Eye, but I'd also be cool taking a Snecko Eye if I had a Corruption. If I get Snecko Eye Corruption, it's not going to matter. Actually, if I get Corruption at all, the Seeing Red upgrade is not that good. That's more reason to upgrade the Dark Embrace. Okay, let's upgrade the Dark Embrace. If I was worried about Slime Boss, I'd be upgrading maybe Perfected Strike. But I am not even slightly worried about Slime Boss with the Red Skull active here. Not even a little bit. We can just tank the turn 3 bonk thanks to the block of the Captain's Wheel and the Shockwave here. I was originally planning on using the Power Potion here. I might use the Cultist Potion instead. So I think the Cultist Potion is not that useful, except for maybe a way to get past Champ. And I think the Power Potion would be a better way to get past Champ, so let's just use this here instead of the Power Potion. That extra 1 draw hurting me there, making it harder to play Clash. It's about the right amount of damage, though. Goes to 79. Perfect. Slime Crush. Slime gets split in 2. Good split. Battle Trance does make Clash a lot harder to use, but it's not impossible. GG. Get clashed on. Oh my. Offering, Immolate, Demon Form, or Feed. Definitely some of these are good. Feeding for max health, pretty juicy, although the deck struggles a little bit with getting that set up. Offering is definitely one of my favorites for getting a deck to just play all of its cards ASAP. Feed is really nice for Act 2, because we currently don't have any good AoE damage. I like me an Offering, though. I'll take an Offering. Actually, one could argue that because question card Prayer Wheel, I'm already incentivized to take regular fights a lot. And we're going to be really good at the regular combats of Act 2 with the boat thingy, giving us 18 block turn 3. Almost every hallway combat in Act 2 is going to attack for a lot on turn 3. The Spheric Guardian does, the Chosen does. Birds are quite likely to. Shelled Parasite might. Well, Shelled Parasite attacks every turn. Turn 1's going to be worse for Parasite, though. And feeding would let us gain max health as we proceed through the act, which would be really appreciated. Okay, we've got Red Skull, we've got Fairy in a Bottle. I'm going to take this feed. And there it is. Amazing. I'm so glad this showed up. The crown is indeed here. 2 less cards to choose from in future card rewards. Thing is, I'm planning on harvesting as many card rewards as possible using the question card and the prayer wheel. It's certainly true that we could take the busted crown and still see more cards than a regular run would, right? Like a normal run would see 3 cards per regular combat. We'd see 4 cards per regular combat. So it'd be a 4 energy run that's still seeing plenty of cards. But is that as good as a 3 energy run that's seeing 8 cards? I don't think so. Because I think we're going to rapidly be able to use upgraded cards that we find and energy generating cards to completely ignore the fact that energy per turn is even a thing, usually. I think I might remove Strike and Perfected Strike. Hilariously. With Empty Cage here. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it terrible to see -4 cards? I think it is. I think it is. I think if we look at 8 cards per floor, we can break the game. Why strike a move over Anger with Strike Dummy? I guess, well, Anger is free, which is quite nice. But you're not wrong. The Strike does more damage than Anger does. The second card reward can have repeats, Aligonian, so you can see 2 copies of the same card across the 2 card rewards. What would it take to make me choose Crown? With Prayer Wheel, it's very hard to convince me that I would ever want to take Crown for any reason. Yeah, maybe if we already had Corruption in Dead Branch and I just needed more energy. Or if I already had an infinite combo and I just needed more energy. That could be a good reason to take Crown. Less strikes, please. Alright, so again, the game is going to get turned upside down on its head a little bit here. Normally, I go through an act and I'm looking for upgrades and ideally as many elites as possible, right? Not today. We want as many combats as possible. Upgrades are a secondary concern, really. Elites are nice, but not as important as building a deck that just works. Let's take a look at this path here that I've chosen real quick. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 8. 64 cards that we get to look at this act. 25% of those cards, or no, 12.5% of those cards are going to be upgraded. So 1 in 8. We should see, on average, 1 upgraded card per floor. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And with 500 gold, his first shop should be pretty impactful, too. There a path that can get more regular combats? Not really. We might not go this way. We could also go, mark it red. This way looks pretty good. Get an elite instead of the shop. Entirely depends on how much money I spend at this first store. Alright, here's one of the enemies that I said would be much easier because of the captain's wheel. There are 3 layers of artifact mean that shockwave doesn't do anything. Well, actually, with uppercut, it could. And my only other card that I'm going to play is a strike, so yeah, do it, actually. Headbutt the battle trance. Remove 2 artifacts. No clash for us. Still. And then this turn is just miserable. I'm just going to take the damage rather than trying to block for 3. Ow. Hopefully we can avoid 11 by 2 here, but I don't know. I don't think I can do 35 damage in one turn. (13 plus 9 plus 15). Is that enough? Sure is. Yes, we can do 37 damage. Excellent. Okay, that worked out. I thought we were going to really, really suffer here. But we land the feed and all is well. Get 20 gold, the maximum possible amount. And we get to look at 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Including a second uppercut or a twin strike, which is very powerful. And there's an upgraded card, Battle Trance Plus. Don't mind adding a second Battle Trance if it's upgraded. Spot weakness could be okay. Hey there, Hurry McDur. There will indeed be Monster Train today. Taking armaments just for feed? Yeah, or rather, are we going to upgrade our feed? We might. We might. Realistically, Seeing Red probably has to be upgraded first. We could take and upgrade armaments, and that would really help. Actually. Thought Trance was bad because of Dark Embrace? Kind of. Said Twin Strike is very good. I'm going to take a Twin Strike. Orange pellets. Okay, well. Hilarious. Orange pellets allow us to do some fun stuff. That's for sure. Exhume is here. Centennial Puzzle is here. Armaments is back. Rambaza, thanks for the 2 months and the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Calculator, can I do all of these things? Both of these relics rolled really cheap on price, which helps a lot. 75. 7. Ooh, not quite. Not quite. And that's okay. Be nice to have this armaments for 24 gold, but what I'm looking at here is buying 2 relics, Orange Pellets and Centennial Puzzle, as well as this Swift Strike, which, yes, does benefit from the Strike Dummy. This is 0 cost to deal 10, not to be underestimated. And I think worth paying for. And then I either can remove or add armaments, and I think I'm going to choose to remove. We can probably find another armaments. It's a common card, and we're going to look at a lot of cards. Let's lose another regular strike. We could increasingly start to think about losing anger, but I still like the fact that it's free at the moment. Hello. If I want to play this clash, I could do Shockwave, then Dark Embrace, so that I don't draw one. Let's do that. We'll take a bit of damage this turn, but we're setting ourselves up very nicely to feed on these nerds, so life is good. Hit you first. Weakened wears off. Tasty. Then I'll defend twice. You can see that even with Dark Embrace, the Battle Trance is a crazy amount of card draw. Eight more cards. Bloodletting. Yes. This is a really good step towards breaking the energy game. Demon Form is here. Could Master Sentinel right here, right now. 2 copies. Easy peasy. It's not the right time yet, though. We don't have an actual way to exhaust the Sentinel. Definitely taking a Bloodletting. Could maybe take a Warcry here. I'm also perfectly happy skipping these cards. Which is what I'll do. Snake Plant. Ouch Plant. Alright, this is definitely not our favorite encounter. It's okay. We're still in great shape overall here. I'll be back for you, Feed, I promise. Please debuff me now. Yes, good. We can even use the effect of the orange pellets to remove the no-draw effect of Battle Trance so that we can play the other Battle Trance and keep drawing more cards. Which is heckin' OP, actually. It's too much damage. Another Shockwave. Would only be good with Corruption. There's the armaments. I knew it. Welcome, armaments, to the deck. Forget the rest of this stuff. Flex okay with orange pellets. We would need more powers for that to actually start working well. Without an upgrade, I don't think so. Hello. That's a bit rude, isn't it? Oh. Guess we'll Shockwave defend. Still take 11. More than I'd prefer to take, certainly. Thanks for the strength, I guess. What would I like to upgrade here? probably defend. So it doesn't seem like we can KO the Centurion this turn. Though, not weakened, actually, or not frail. Actually, we can do quite a bit here. Clash. Power of Clash. Alright, Centurion down. We'll feed on the Mystic. That should be pretty easy to do. But is it, though? Uppercut Defend is the best defensive line. What about Twin Strike, Anger, Headbutt, Feed? What is that? 22. 34 plus 9. Plus 13. 56 exactly. Oh, sweet. KO. We don't get an upgraded feed, but I'm happy with that. With this. Thanks, Red Skull. 8 more cards to look at. Twin Strike with a plus. Very, very powerful. Clash with a plus. Not sure about that. Twin Strike without a plus. I mean... says not mastered on it. Let's try. Classic. Second Clash Citizen. The puns are amazing. Let's upgrade the armaments first, so that we can use it to upgrade all other cards in our hand. We really want a Corruption. Really, really want a Corruption. Flashtacular. If I want to remove confusion, I could do so by using the Power Potion here. Don't know that that's worth it. Don't think it is. Clash him. We seem to have benefited from the random cost at the moment. Close. Bummer. That is not the draw we wanted. Unfortunately, I have to either take a bunch or skip the feed. Or use maybe the Elixir Potion. I think we'll just play the Twin Strike and be gone. Be done with it. Please don't murder me, Mr. Snecko. Clash is back for a third one. Reckless Charge is hilarious. Not useful here. Havoc Plus is interesting. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. Does not work with Clash in the way that you'd want it to. Kind of awkward with Feed as well. But it is a zero-cost card. What do I think of Rupture? Tried it a couple times, but sounded set up heavy. Yes. Yes, the fundamental problem with Rupture is that you have to draw and play the Rupture, and then draw and benefit from the cards that damage you. And oftentimes that means it's just too many turns of setup before Rupture actually does anything. But can do some really nice things alongside very small decks that have a Bloodletting or with the card Pain. Very, very good with Pain. Curious Observer saying, thanks for 6 months of support. Heck yeah. I don't know about this Havoc. It's good bad. It's very good bad. Let's try it. Let's just try it. And here I could actually just upgrade the feed, which I think is quite a reasonable choice. Let's do that. Being at 38 health is almost ideal for the moment. Omamori, block the next 2 curses. Yes. That could give us 999 gold potentially. Or potentially not. How do we feel? We don't have enough money for that shop to be worthwhile, so I say we go red path. We'll take 1 elite this act. And continue to collect more card rewards. Cool. I also have no fear of dying at the moment. Though perhaps I should. What is this? Dark Embrace, Headbutt, Strike? Probably want to target the Sentry first, actually. Yeah, easier to feed on that one. Bummer. And with the no draw, the Bloodletting doesn't work either. Shame. Oh well. At least we have feed set up nicely for next turn. Oh no. The Dazed, though. Ouch. Dazed and Confused. Take 8 more, huh? Ouch. That's bad. That's pretty bad. Fruit Juice for 5 more max health. Impervious. Disarm. Take Impervious, Disarm. 2 more skills that exhaust. Excellent. Wasn't that a good elixir? It was an okay elixir. Yeah, it was an okay elixir. I think it's... the elixir is just good, period. Which is why I wasn't willing to use it there for 8 health. We will discard the Cultist Potion as the by far worst of those potions. Yeah, the reason I didn't potion there is because I value the elixir very highly. Is the short of it. This can do some game. This potion can do some game-breaking things with this deck. All right, yeah, draw me some cards. Looks like we need it. Let's do 18 damage. Jeez. It is in the discard pile. Clash power. Beautiful. Don't take a power through when you have clashes. Just trust me on this one. And the cards we have seen this act have been very stinky overall. I'm impressed that we've looked at so many cards and found so little of significant impact. But we're still doing just fine with what we found, actually. And we still have quite a few more cards to look at, right? I've actually got 20 more cards coming, so we're not even close to done. Could take Inflame as a power for orange pellets. I wouldn't mind another power in general. I'd really rather that power be Feel No Pain or a second Dark Embrace. Ah, this will be an easy fight. Excellent. Yeah. Going to eat the bird. Alright, this is fine then. Delicious. Okay, there will be no more days than Headbutt the Clash. Just do it. Maybe don't do it. Excellent fight. Bust, Perfected Strike, Flex, Thunderclap. Second Impervious is here. The Imperviouses are making the clashes really hard to play. But I don't really care, because they're very good. Cool. Alright, 42 out of 92 health into the Gremlin Leader fights. This is actually a fight that could go a little badly for us. I've got 2 Imperviodes, we'll be fine. We have 15 health. Oh shoot. We'll not be fine. Actually no, we'll be fine, because I'll draw more cards. Sure. In that case, I'm going to headbutt... No, we still need to headbutt the Sneaky Gremlin. So that'll force Gremlin Leader to attack us here on this turn, which I don't really love. But actually, yes I do. Because I just play an Impervious Plus. And life is good. Havoc could hit Feed. I think this is not the right time for Havoc. Damage, huh? Tasty. Now we have over 100 max health and a meat on the bone. Meat on the bone Red Skull, kind of an anti-synergy in some ways. If we're below half health, we have 3 strength, but then also heal 12 at the end of fights. But I say it's not a bad thing at all. Very happy to see Burning Pact here, allowing me to exhaust a targeted card from my hand. Finally something to go with our exhaust synergies. And one last combat with one last set of card rewards for us. It's going to be this Neko. We should be fine. Are we, though? Are we fine? Sure don't feel fine. Although actually taking just enough damage to ensure that we start with 3 strength in the collector fight's not a terrible idea. Definitely an idea and not something I'm forced to do. Yep, totally. And we can remove all the debuffs here, which is actually really, really good. There, now all of our cards will be exactly the same cost they were the last time we saw them. Feed on top is not going to work. Put this on top. That's slightly too much health. I forgot about Burning Blood, actually. I understand. Intimidates here. Double Intimidate. We haven't mastered Intimidate. Alright. Let's do it. Double Intimidate. I'm feeling intimidated. Gotta say, overall, the quality of cards we saw here in Act 2 are below par. Especially shocking considering how many cards we looked at. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What is Mastery of a Card? It's a self-imposed challenge for this channel. In order to master a card, we have to win a run with 2 or more of that card in the deck. Certainly is a deck of cards we've created. I guess I'm upgrading Bloodletting or Seeing Red? I don't know. I no longer know. Twitch chat. What am I even doing here? Okay, turn 1 Dark Embrace. That's kind of like a thing. Mm-hmm. Not exactly the greatest turn 1. We've frivolously used our Impervious, but we did draw a lot of cards, and that counts for something. At least it's not Feed that got hit, you know? So probably just Shockwave Impervious, but I think I want to Battle Trance first. Armament's Shockwave, pretty tempting. Could do Armament's Shockwave, Defend. We keep the Impervious. We take enough damage to get the Red Skull online. And everyone's debuffed forever. We also draw a bunch of cards. I kind of like that. Do that. Non-attack cards in my hand. quite sure how I want to do this. We should probably kill at least one of these torch heads. Probably exactly one. Sounds like a good move for now. I'm gonna headbutt something, or I can just try to find the Burning Pact. If I Havoc to Burning Pact, would I be very sad about it? I don't think so. Let's do it this way then. Cool, get rid of this Battle Trance. Just want one of them. We're dead. Clashes are finally going to be online. And I think we'll be using the Power Potion next turn to remove these debuffs. And that should pretty much trivialize this fight. Not even need it, actually. Ooh, barricade. Hello. Power. Skill. Not hit feed, thankfully. Attack. Playing Bloodletting would let me play Clash. Going to, not yet. Okay, there's the resummon. It's clashing time. That damage output, jeez. Not enough, so we shall wait. I'm not leaving this fight without a successful feed. I don't see any reason we shouldn't be able to do that. Let's see any reason at all. Barricade, go! Still worth it to feed currently. The max health we gain will make up for the loss, but it's getting less and less worth it by the minute here. Ow. Tempting to play Havoc, I'm not going to though. There we go. Delicious! Get a heal from the meat on the bone, a heal from the burning blood, and then we'll also heal going into the next act. We're offered Brutality, Juggernaut, Double Tap, Limit Break. I'm down for Brutality just because we need more ways to activate orange pellets, and it looks pretty good. We don't mind the hit point loss. Hey, there, IL Core, exclamation point, max HP is my record. Very, very long time ago now. That was a seeded run, but 453 is the record I've managed to get to. Let's take a Brutality. In addition to being a rare, we haven't had 2 copies of yet. Runic Pyramid. Allows me to retain my hand from turn to turn. That's interesting. Pretty much completely makes the clashes worthless. Brutality's pretty bad too, actually. Seems more reasonable to me to take bonus energy here with the Coffee Dripper. Gain an additional energy each turn. We lose the ability to rest at rest sites, but with meat on the bone and feed, we shouldn't need to rest ever. Pretty rare to see me not want a Runic Pyramid, but I think this is definitely a situation that's warranted. We have so much card draw. If we don't get more energy, we're not going to be able to use the retain effect of the pyramid meaningfully. Take a Coffee Dripper. So we're at 90 out of 109. Once again, our goal is take as many regular combats as feasible. And I see a very juicy path indeed. Check this out. This is the path of most feeds. This is the path of most... Maybe we'll take an elite for a last-minute relic. But just, again, leveraging our sheer number of card rewards. Now that we're in Act 3, we're even more likely to see upgraded cards, so we can really start to modify this deck. Hey there, J-Sank. Run's going good. We've got a very promising Ironclad run that might be might be mastering, aka winning with 2 copies of Clash and Intimidate, and the Gremlin Visage. Like, we've got some important masteries to cross off here, if we can pull this off. We might also want to duck into an event, right? Because we have Omamori, so we could get 999 gold. That's also a little tempting. Mr. McCoy, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. We seen Medical Kit yet? We have not. I'd be pretty happy with a Medical Kit in this deck. That's 8 card rewards to go to an event. I guess 999 gold is worth 8 card rewards, right? Okay, we'll take one more event. Prior to the shop. Way. Am I even playing the strike? I'll go with no. Don't feel the need to play brutality in this fight. Such a short fight as it is. Definitely glad we picked up this feed. It's been ludicrously good. Having 113 max health when we started this run with 68. Such a substantial improvement. Disarm number 2 is okay. Flex plus. Let's try it. We can't lose Clash. Guess I'll lose the Seeing Red. Does Flex with Pellets work to create Permaflex? Yes. That is the reason we've taken that. Hey, Dark Embrace. Easy. So skill, power, attack. You get to keep the flex effect, essentially. Taking 10's not my favorite. For feed to work in this fight, we have to kill the final Darkling. All 3 Darklings have to be dead at the same time. So we must be careful. This way. If you feed on each of them, only the last one counts. Oof, this turn though. Oh, you're not weak. It's fine then. Where's my feed? Here's my feed. Delicious. True Grit, definitely welcome. It would need an upgrade, but I'm okay with that. Metallicize Plus, mostly useful as a pellets activator. Guess I'll take a regular True Grit. Can't say I'm thrilled about that. I'm not considering Rupture on this run. I don't think it's very good. Oh, we do find Medical Kit, Twitch chat. Unplayable status cards can now be played. Whenever you play a status card, exhaust it. Cool. Also really appreciate that there's another Brutality here. We could go for Mastery of Brutality. Lot Jazz, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. I think I should just take whatever helps me win this run, though, which, because the most important thing out of anything on this run is getting Gremlin Visage mastered. I do like Panic Button a lot with our orange pellets. So I'm thinking Medical Kit Panic Button. Sounds pretty good to me. $1 left. Warped Tongs. At the start of your turn, upgrade a random card in your hand for the rest of combat. For the low price of -1 Omamori charge, don't mind if I do. Maybe you've disturbed some sort of spirit. And if I could only upgrade one more card, it would be True Grit. Pony314, thanks for the 14 months of support. Problem is, I think we're going to start to run into lots of turns like this where I don't actually have the ability to do anything of value. Those seem like problem turns. Maybe they're problem turns for future Baylor. Stinky debuffs. Heck yeah. Get better card and Havoc it. Twin Strike. Let's go. There's Dark Embrace. For now. having a fun time here. This deck is starting to do silly things. And I like it. Tasty. Another Burning Pact. Really appreciate more ability to exhaust things in the deck. More card draw as well. Shiki, why does the Ironclad not drink his coffee hot? Because he's a cold brewed killer. Cold-blooded? Cold brewed? No refunds. I'll take that Burning Pact. Could grab another feed. I think it's now time for the Sentinel, though. This card is exhausted. Gain 2 energy. And yes, it was a bad joke. You're not welcome. No curses for us. Actually, a good use for the Omamori here. No more events, so if it happens, it happens. This is a fight where you're allowed to take your time. As the Writhing Mass can't gain strength or anything like that. I'm okay with this. Let's do a headbutt, though. No need to brutality here. Not yet, anyway. Slight problem. Maybe not a problem. Is there any outcome that I can't deal with? No, there's not. So let's just do the damage. Good. Not as afraid of the curse as normal because of this Omamori. Works out okay. Taking one seems reasonable, or what else could I do? I could do bloodletting stuff. I'll just take one. Like we said, slow and steady wins the race here for this fight. Perfect. One feed, please. Tasty. Could take a second shockwave. We haven't mastered Seeing Red. Oh, we did lose one already, though. That's right. I'll still take this one back. Sure. No Dreamcatcher for us. Take that, stinky spaghetti monster. How dare you, etc., etc. Double Repulsor could be challenging if I don't draw the Dark Embrace early. There's now so many cards in the deck that getting Dark Embrace on any given turn is actually a rather challenging endeavor. Thankfully, we have many other sources of card draw, but still, plenty of room for things to go wrong. This is a fight where I don't think I can get away with not playing Brutality. Times. So, Barricade looks pretty good. Sentinel Plus also tempting for the Mastery, but Barricade looks genuinely very useful as we have all these big block cards that we end up playing without needing to. What about this? Power Through. Wait, Power Through? Power Through! And yeah, I'm taking Barricade over Sentinel here. And I'm going to take Blessing of the Forge over Fear Potion as well. We're all about the setup. Power Through. Uh-oh. Take a ton of damage if we don't kill both of these exploders, though, which I think means we probably need to play the Swift Potion here. Oh, some more cards. That'll do. That'll do. Perfect. I can eat this. I eat you now. Bottom deck Dark Embrace. So this is what that looks like. That actually wasn't too bad, all things considered. Tasty. Power Potion's back. Very good for activating orange pellets on demand. Second Power Through is here to get Power Through Mastery. Shrug It Off Plus is here to be pretty good. We have 41 cards in the deck now. Note that the quality of cards added has gone up pretty dramatically. We haven't added an attack card in forever. And we're currently sitting at 3 cards ready for mastery. Interesting. Another good fight for the orange pellets. Power next turn, please. How about next turn? Play this to remove the debuffs, including the no draw. Get rid of this. Keep the turn going. Deck control a lot of cards, as you can see. And then eventually I run out or something. Or maybe I don't. It's not very clear. We are losing 1 health per turn, so I'd like to keep this a little short. Delicious. Berserk. Gain vulnerable. At the start of your turn, gain an energy. Berserk is actually quite incredible here, as it is both a power to activate orange pellets, energy generation over time, and a card that negates its own downside. Incredible. Incredible. Could take another Havoc. I don't think I like that. How about Inflame? No. No, we should keep unnecessary cards out of here. Very cool how this run has gradually become very, very strong. Now a 42-card synergy-heavy, setup-heavy deck. Just kind of brute-forced by looking at so many card rewards that the game couldn't help but let us win. 39 extra cards seen by Question Card, 16 additional card reward screens from Prayer Wheel. Like, that's just so many cards. Too many cards. Oh, hello, Barricade. Really love Panic Button Barricade. What a great combo. Beep. Oops, my feed. Finally, we screwed that up. Knew that was going to happen eventually. No biggie, though. We have so much max health. Really is not a problem. Rich! Thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Thank you for enriching our experience with your presence. These clashes really haven't fit into the deck all that well, have they? And yet. Flex number 2. Entrench. Now that we have a barricade, Entrench is pretty dang good. We also haven't mastered Uppercut yet, and that is a second copy of Uppercut. Entrench seems like the easy peasy choice, though. Grab the Entrench here. Yeah, we'll take one Elite Combat. Do we not have Feel No Pain? Shockingly, no. We have not seen any Feel No Pains this run. I have not attack cards in my hand. So yeah, in case you're wondering, no, you cannot force Clash to be played through Havoc. It's not how it works, unfortunately. Ouch. Do you mind? Intangible. I don't want to draw a barricade yet. Stop playing cards there. No debuffs. Deck seems good. Deck seems really good. So we can do things like Entrench, Headbutt the Entrench, play it again, and that's where this deck starts to get really broken. We can easily get to 999 block, the block cap, doing this. And if we do that with Barricade, then we're essentially invulnerable in any combat. Feels pretty good. Delicious. Second upgraded True Grit. Sure. 44 cards. Actually, don't even know that I needed that, but I took it. To recall. How the hell did this deck become good in like 20 minutes? I'll tell you a secret. We looked at every card in the game, pretty much. But it's all worked out really well. Just the sheer long-term investment of Question Card Prayer Wheel has created so many things. Turn 1 Barricade versus Nerdbird. This is going to be excellent and easy. Get him Centennial Puzzle. I'm so glad we bought the puzzle. Without puzzle, this would be a much harder run. Fun fact, but looks like life is okay. Headbutt Armaments? Just for a bit more block this turn? I'll think about it. Or I'm Havocing blindly. Sure, I'll Havoc blindly. What happens? Hit Entrench and destroy it. Fair enough. That's what I get for Havocing blindly. Now, that's not to say we can't outblock the Awakened one. I'm sure we can. But that does remove our easy way to do it, which is a good sign. Beat on the Bone activates at 65 health. Hello? That seems OP. Armaments is still there. This is fine. Eventually we'll get rid of all the unwanted cards. That will make our life quite a bit easier. We should have played that strike, actually. Definitely should have played that strike. Tricky. Anchor? Swift Strike, perfect. 11 strength. I'll take it. Nice. We should no longer need bloodletting. And yeah, when it comes to ideal deck size, chat's got a really good explanation there. It's less about how many total cards are in the deck, and more about how many turns it takes you to draw through all of them, which for this deck is surprisingly few. At least if the Dark Embrace gets played even vaguely early, it's surprisingly few. Ironclad, go! Ah. That. Too many cards sometimes. Burn them. Burn them all. Feast upon the bird, and nourish thyself. Delicious! Can't believe we have 145 max health just off this one feed. Crazy. Alright, Dark Embrace turn 1, that's about as good as it gets. Especially when it comes to dealing with Time Eater. All we have to do is use Barricade, Entrench to trivialize this fight. Shouldn't be hard at all. Although it does depend on how far down Barricade is. Time Eater's, oh, not very far. Power, skill, attack. Easy. You give me no draw, I purge the no draw. Power, skill, attack. I could play Defend Clash, but then I only get one card next turn. I really don't want to do that. Just stop here. Probably just Headbutt Entrench and play it. Use Intimidate to draw. Double my block. Unfortunately, playing Wounds does count as a card play for Time Eater's Clock, which is pretty bad. Get rid of this card, actually. But as we exhaust more and more cards, we end up able to draw the Entrench more and more frequently. And that's where things start to get really good for us. Let's strike here. Entrench. Okay, I don't mind having any of that. Seems fine. Clash Power. And again, it really doesn't matter how much strength Time Eater gets. Time Eater could go to 100 strength during this fight, and we can still outblock them because of the power of Entrench. Just have to not havoc the entrench. That's very important. Good. Meat value. 72 health is half health. I don't think Flex is of much use to us anymore. Stop there. The power of the pendulum. Just put that back on top, and then we're good. We have 70 turns to win the fight now. Just until Brutality kills us. Only reason to go faster is so that we have more health for the next fight, realistically. But otherwise, we're invulnerable. The Blanc. The Blanc is here. Okay. "30 by 3, I'm not afraid. See if I care. Angry mode. Nice. This kills the slug. Escog, go home, Time Eater. GG. Tasty. Very, very tasty. They say time is the spice of life. Wait, no, that's not what they say. Variety is the spice of life. Time Eater is the spice of our Spire. How's it going, Fayley? You've come back to some hot nonsense. Quick summary for you here on this run. 42 additional cards from Question Card. 17 additional card reward screens from Prayer Wheel. Variety is the time of life. With variety, you'll have the time of your life. Feels like we want to upgrade either Barricade or one of the Imperviodes. Let's upgrade the Imperviodes. Yeah, and 0 copies seen of either Corruption or Feel No Pain. It's all Ruptures all the way down. No Bottled Dark Embrace either. Oof, ouch. But the good news is I have a Power Potion, and maybe I'll have a Dual Wield also. Second Panic Button's not bad either. What did I say after eating Time Eater? Seconds, please. How do you know the Time Eater enjoyed a meal? They went back 4 seconds. Hors d'oeuvres. That's pretty good. Yeah, I want this dual wield. Potions are good. Potions are good. I think the Dex Pod is worse than each of these. Especially with the dual wield. Our goal is to use the dual wield to break the game. We'll see how that goes. That's pretty good. If this were the fight I thought the Power Potion needed to be used in. It's not, though. But it could make us have such an easier time. This fight's not that easy. And we drew the exact hand that I need to break the game, so let's drink the Power Potion now. Interesting. $12 metallicized per turn's not terrible. Triple Brutality to get through the deck faster might also be pretty good. I'm not going to kill them fast enough. 3 damage per turn could mean this fight goes quite badly, actually. Alright. We'll take it slow, I guess. No idea if that was the right play. Oof. It's a bit of a bummer. Good thing I've got lots of health. Ow. Looks like things are sorted out, though. That'll do. For this fight, that'll do. Oh, I didn't even need that block. Didn't have barricade down yet. Foolish. There's barricade. This ought to do. Even with no block, the entrench will work at least, which is quite nice. With no draw, rather. Excellent. Gonna go ahead and make a few more of those. Clash, get 'em! It's happening. Double feed is happening. Delicious. All right, 97 health plus a fairy in a bottle going into the heart fight. I'd say we have pretty good odds here. Second entrench, second berserk, both offered to us. Crazy. Shame we've already won with two of these. 0 feel no pains, 0 corruptions, despite everything. That's okay. I'm gonna go double entrench here. Bring it on, Mr. Hart. Turn 1 barricade. It doesn't get much better than that. And I think I have Blessing of the Forge here so that I can upgraded barricade, upgraded shockwave. Don't think I'm going to Havoc. Can I master more than 1 card in a run? I sure can. So we've got 3 Clash, Intimidate, and Power Through that are ready for mastery. Okay, very good opener. Fun little elixir play here, actually. Yeah, we could elixir the Sentinel and do some stuff. I'm waiting on this elixir. I think this elixir is meant to be used once the Dark Embrace is in play, but we'll see. This is where Power Potion would have been good. Oh, nice. Although no attack in hand, right? Bummer. No way to draw more cards, either. Well, this arm means we take 0 damage next turn. Let's just go True Grit, Berserk, Disarm, I guess. Take 50. Ow. Or 47, actually. No Unceasing Top, no Dark Embrace. We do get to keep this block, which is very nice. Okay, very slow few draws there, but that's okay. Here we go. Dark Embrace is here. Power, skill. And attack. There, no debuffs for us. Continued debuffs for the hearts. I like it. That's a pretty decent elixir. Draw 4. Yeah, that ought to be enough. Burning Pact Double Entrench at the very bottom, kind of interesting. So we can't draw any more cards. I will play Panic Button. Might as well play both Defense. So Strike. Put the Battle Trance Plus on top. Actually, no, I need an attack. Yeah, I definitely need an attack for next turn. Put the Twin Strike back on top. Actually, no, the Swift Strike needs to be free. Oh, good. Yes. Dual wield here. Do I just dual wield Swift Strike? I'm actually kind of okay with that. Skill. Power. Attack. We can now get block again. There we go. Blockening online. Go Entrenched Twin Strike. We have to do damage to the heart. We have a very long time in this fight now, but we don't have forever. Swift Strike, I like it. Play Entrench. Draw more cards. Again. Swift Strike. Headbutt, Swift Strike. Havoc, Swift Strike. For 63 damage. The power. Time to get rid of every extraneous frivolous card in the deck, which is most of them. Should forget the entrenches for the moment. Yeah, 999 is the cap for block. We're headed there very rapidly. Again, there is a limited amount of time we have to actually win the fight. Let's go. Twin Strike. Put it back. Play it again. Actually, make a bunch of them. Cap damage on the heart. Get rid of that. Who needs entrenches anyway? I mean, really. Obviously, this is the part where we dual wield the Clash. Clash power. Delicious. GG, Twitch chat. GG. GG. Tasty. So, I guess that's how you master Clash. All you have to do is build a 46-card, mostly skill-based deck with Barricade and Dark Embrace, and Clash will bring you to victory. GG. GG, everyone. Absolute, ridiculous, stupid nonsense. I love it. All Clash, baby. You know it. You know it. GG. And we got a bad face mastered, the most difficult thing of all. Has it been done? The Spire sleepeth, and so, Twitch chat. Shall I? GG. GG, look at that run history. Holy moly. That is a lot of cards. I guess that's what happens when you look at a ton of cards. It's that you master a ton of cards. Double Clash, double Power Through, double Intimidate. How many turns does it take for the heart to reach 1,000 in damage? It's like 50 turns or something? Quite a few. Even once it starts buffing 50 strength per buff, to get to 999 strength takes 20 times of buffing. So yeah, 50 to 60 turns to hit full damage. You're just in time, KRAPG. We're going to be switching over to Monster Train now that we've had a couple of really delightful Spire runs. Some awesome masteries on Watcher, getting Apotheosis done. Ironclad getting Clash done. Clash was not the last Ironclad card. Believe it or not. A silly run. Choo-choo. Have you ever seen the full damage of Heart? I sure have. Exclam 1001. Very old pick now, but still relevant. It's so big. It's so big. Yeah, so big. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. So, Monster Train is where we're headed next, Twitch chat, the other delightful deck-building roguelite. Before we jump into Monster Train, I am going to take a quick break, refill the water, stretch the legs. Back in a couple minutes. When I return, it's going to be Monster Train time. BRB, folks. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Let us kick things on over to a little bit of the old monster train. See if we can't get some more unlocks done in that one. Do random for a little bit more. Heck. No, heck. Heck, our home. Welcome back, one and all, to Monster Train, the other delightful deck-building roguelite experience. I like to think of Monster Train as Slay the Spire meets Tower Defense. Our goal in Monster Train is to stop waves of enemies entering through the bottom of the train from reaching the top and attacking the last shard of the Pyre of Hell, which we're trying to escort to, I guess, the center of hell. Kind of a weird plot Monster Train has. We're just going to play a random clan combination and see what happens. And it looks like we roll Awoken with Exiled Melting Remnant secondary. So we are Awoken with Restores and Reforms. Ooh boy, this could be awkward. This is one of the worst possible starts, I think, in that we have a lot of cards that don't do anything. Restores can heal a unit, Reforms can bring back a unit, but if we don't have a unit in the first place, we're going to be in very big trouble. So this is the sort of Monster Train run that could lose on ring 1 or 2 here on Covenant 25 if we don't make our plays smart. Yeah, it could be a ring 1 death, especially if the draw order is bad. But we might be able to make things work out okay. The Edge Prior is kind of interesting. The Hallowed Drippings allowing for Burnout extension, arguably another potentially useless card. Problem is actually almost every single card in this deck is contextually useless under the wrong circumstances, so we gotta be really careful. I think we should absolutely go 0 shards into the first fight. That would help a lot. And yes, it's gonna depend a lot on the champion that we get. Spikes is definitely what we need to do here. We need a version of the Sentient that can do damage, and Spikes will do just fine. I think the do damage when healed version would have been even better, but we got what we got. The cultivating version of Sentient gains combat stats when damaged, but has no attack power of her own, meaning she really can't do anything. And this version is what would die very quickly, I think. But Bristling will be okay. And we'll take an artifact to start. Ooh, apply Rooted to enemy units when they enter the room below the Pyre room. That allows us to set up on top, and then it'll be even more difficult for enemies to slip by. That's pretty good as well. Okay. I think this could work. Faulty Loader's not too bad, but with Spikes, you don't want the enemies to be dazed. Need to chase the boss up the train, argues Maniac in a mask. For combats other than the first combat, I think I agree with you. For the first combat, no. Ooh, +4 attack power, huh? Spooky, but I think with the random reforms, this should be fine. And a unit draft is very important to get this run started. So I will take the trial, and if it's a first floor death, then so be it. Your train stops here. Also, that means these Disciple Protectors will actually take damage, too, which is nice. So do we put the Sentient on top? I'm going to go with yes, we do, and then we use the Train Stewards as fodder for a moment. Okay. Are there unwinnable seeds in Monster Train? Yes. I can guarantee you there are. Just because the starting setup in Monster Train is so highly random that there's room to have a very, very bad start. I feel like if in Slay the Spire, if you could just start with 10 useless cards in your starting deck, you would die very quickly. You die to Jawworm. And that's what you can do in Monster Train, is effectively die to Jawworm. Alright, you go on top, you two die. Or I guess only one of them dies. Still, that's good. Killing the Collector, really not on the menu at all. I don't think there's any realistic setup that could have done it. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Do we want to summon another Train Steward? I think having two in the... No, we've got multiple primitive molds, though. But yeah, I think having only two in the Reform pool is probably better. Let's not play another Train Steward. Here, you can have some regen. That won't get anything. So, 699. That's a lot of attack power. Just want to do it this way. You go here to do extra damage to this unit. You're going to go in the very bottom to hit the boss. You might be able to use Hallowed Drippings, actually. So, yeah, you're going to go on the bottom. Should have thought more about Hallowed Drippings, actually. Going up top might have been better there. And then heal you slightly. Kind of a spooky top floor at the moment. Currently, Transient is perishing, although that's not necessarily a bad thing, as we could potentially reform her. Primitive Mole gets a 15-18 Train Steward. We could put the two down and Hallowed Drippings to do a lot of damage to the boss. So 469. Actually, to get this nerd killed, I only need to play one Restore. So we can actually put the Edge Prior up top if we want to. Although then this Forge Disciple will be up top. Bit odd. Let's see how much damage this is. 45 only. Not that good. Slightly concerning. Yeah, it's an archer with extra attack power. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken this trial. That's what I've learned. Should not have taken this combat trial. Alright, but we got double primitive mold, hollow drippings again. That's very, very, very good. Okay, yeah, no, we're fine, we're fine. We just do this. Okay, that worked out. I think with different draws this could have gone badly, but it worked out. Cool. Ooh. Give me a glimmer, please. Anything. Anything at all that can hit enemy units that have 1 health and kill them. Currently, we have nothing in the deck that can do that. And a Tombed Explosive does pretty good damage to the front unit. That can be rather nice. Seems like a third Hollow Drippings is probably too much. Sentient can also kill 1 health units, but not before they hit Sentient, which can be all sorts of problem. Big Sludge. Harvest, gain 5 rage. That is a heck of a unit. And one that can definitely be the central scaling piece of a deck. Anytime a unit on Big Sludge's floor dies, it gains 5 rage. That's 10 attack power, which is just huge. Give Big Sludge multi-strike or infuse it into something with sweep, which Awoken has. Merchant of Steel Awoken banner. Big Sludge with sweep. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Let's see. Large stone. Probably not, because Big Sludge is already too big. What about you? There it is. Shattered Shell. Sweep. On Slay. Gain 3 attack power. I think that's the winner. So they get 3 attack whenever they kill something, and then 10 attack whenever anything on their floor dies. Animus of Speed's also kind of interesting. Quick infusion to Big Sludge could be rather nice. But I think making a Big Sludge sweeper is just the coolest thing. So that adds +1 to the capacity. Currently, the Shattered Shell is a 2 capacity unit. It'll go to 3 capacity with the Big Sludge infusion, which we can do here at the Divine Temple. If we large stone it, that's probably overkill. As with 5 capacity, we can put Sentient and the Super Shattered Shell on the same floor. And then we just go Sentient and the Sweeper on the top floor most fights. Seems pretty good. 10 initial attack power would be nice. I suppose multi-strike is what we'd like the most. More health would be good too. This only has 10 base health. And the Sludge Infusion is not going to get more health. Feels weird to just give it a Heartstone, but it might be correct. I guess it depends on how badly I want to look for multi-strike. Alternately, the initial stat infusion of the large stone is enormous and potentially even worth just taking a capacity upgrade from the boss. 40 health, 15 attack power is a lot. Yeah, 10 health is fine until you hit spikes, exactly. Heck it, let's do this. Hey, I'm gonna large stone you. Become ultra big. Almighty. And we're gonna try to get multi-strike or quick at the Merchant of Steel. Either of those would be absurd. Unit draft feels like it's no longer of use here. We have essentially the ultimate unit. And the Shattered Shell plus the Champion truly will kill everything in the entire game very easily. So I don't see any reason to take a challenge. Yeah, for 10 gold maybe. Actually, that is kind of relevant. And the base attack power of the Shattered Shell is already 18. Okay, yeah, I'm convinced. I don't think there's any chance we take any fire damage, so sure. Do we actually use Big Sludge? That's my question. Do it this way. We're actually gonna get the collector. How nice. Convenient, even. So that's our top floor setup. Big Sludge gets to do some damage. Seems good to me. Yeah. Simply beautiful. Bonk. Is quick or multi-strike better on our sweeper here? I think quick would be probably better overall, but multi-strike would be better at killing bosses specifically. But I don't think we're going to need multi-strike because the amount of damage this sweeper is going to do is going to just... It's going to be game-breaking. It really doesn't matter. I want to sting. I don't think I really want to sting. Not over 10 gold, I don't. Stealth could be a thing. Although we won't have any room for this. How do we feel about Dripfall for Dazed? Dazing bosses. I think less cards is more. And yeah, we don't want any of this. Although Wickless Tycoon on the floor with the Sweeper could be interesting. Instead of Sentient, we could make money. Does the Alpha Fiend Infusion proc multiple times with Sweep? Yes, once per target you hit with the Sweep. Counts as a separate strike. Harvest activates whenever a unit dies on the floor, and that's what we're going to be using to break the game here. Big Sludge infused into our Sweeper means the Sweeper will do 10 additional damage per unit that dies on its floor, which is going to get out of control really fast. Although, notably, we're fighting Seraph the Chaste, so that's kind of interesting. And yeah, we're taking plus capacity from the boss. So we will have room for a 2-space unit. If we want to. It's definitely a tempting Tycoon. Your Ozba, thanks for 2 months of support. I'll take the Tycoon. Let's try it. I think there's a lot of potential for abuse there. Double large stone. That's not what we want. We could actually go up to 5 capacity, superpower up the Shattered Shell. But it would be much better to give it either quick or multi-strike. Oxycontin, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. We get Immortal Stone for Endless. We could put that on the Entombed Explosive. Or even on the Wickless Tycoon. Kind of interesting. When's our next Merchant of Steel? Okay. Yeah, with the reforms, that's true. I don't think Endless is needed. I somewhat agree with that. Okay. Not what we were looking for, but oh well. Grr. Big Sweeper. 30 magic power on Glimmer can be rather good. Yeah, let's do that. Nothing getting by me anyway. Some familiar crystals. Oh. Oh, well, that's the second upgrade, I guess. Make a unit 1 capacity, you say? So small, you almost missed them entirely before returning to the train. I love it. The tiniest giant Shattered Shell. Oh, we could have gone double large stone. Could have gone double large stone. If only we'd known Twitch chat to go double large stone. Dang it. Well, the good news is now we can fit Sentient, Shattered Shell, Wickless Tycoon all on the same floor. And that actually would be then good reason to get a Endless Entombed Explosive. And then take capacity. I like that. Yeah, which will be free harvest every time it dies for 5 gold and 10 rage per turn. That's great. And indeed, what we should do later in the run is duplicate the Shattered Shell, because harvest will work on each of them if there are more than one on the same floor. Pretty good. Alright, I want my money to be made, so I don't want to start killing stuff yet. Guess we'll put the train steward in front. It's so tiny. How far into a monster train run should you have a build plan? At minimum by ring 4. And this is because you no longer get offered new units past ring 4. So you must figure out which units you're going to use. And ideally get some upgrades on them by then. It's a mandatory. So no endless entombed explosive if I play the Wickless Tycoon. I guess we'll do it this way. Make me some money. Kerblam. Kerblamination. I want Sentient to die so that we get $5 more. So I'm not going to play stuff. Perfect. $1 dues achieved. And we can get $5 more by reforming this train steward. Perfect. Hollowed halls? I don't think so. These are fun, but not really what we want here. I'd like to see a Woken Tome to apply quick. Oh, there is Wickless Tycoon. Somebody was joking about infuse one into the other to make twice as much money. Honestly, I think we should. We must become rich. Voice of Moses, thanks for 35 months of support. More money. And more capacity. I really like it, actually. I think we're going to be able to do great things here. And I was just thinking, I'd love to cross path now into cultivating Sentient. It's almost like we took a card draw upgrade from the boss, except we didn't. We no longer need the spikes. The sweeper is doing all the damage. The spikes are completely secondary. We don't need those. Look at the temple next. Spell Chain or Intrinsic? Could put Spell Chain on this Glimmer. That'd be kind of cool. Very expensive, though. We are indeed going to infuse Wickless Tycoon into Wickless Tycoon. This creates a very rich man. So we gain 10 gold anytime a unit on this thing's floor dies, and that's going to be a lot of money. There are 4 more combats where we can benefit from money gain. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's going to be big cash. And mostly what that means for Melting Remnant is Carter moves. First and foremost, the Train Stewards go. I guess we can remove all the random reforms, too, for the most part. For the most part. Now we just need Burnout on the Tomb unit. That's right. I don't care about the Hollow Drippings. We should keep one of these primitive molds, but it does not look like I care too much about most of these. How about Holdover? Holdover on the Glimmer seems pretty good. Sure, that seems pretty good. And I'm not even going to buy an Emberstone. I don't think any of these spells are going to stay in the deck. We're going to have way too much money. It's going to be great. Sure. So the 75 out of 100, that's our Pact Shards. We need to get to 100 Pact Shards in order to face the last Divinity final boss. Let's see, I think we want to put Tycoon in front of Shattered Shell this time. Just play that Train Steward so don't draw it again. All these units are going to be skipping the middle floor. So after the first turn, our sweeper does 62 damage. That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. I love it. And yes, let Sentient die so that we can make more money from Sentient dying. Sounds great. Bannerman, thanks for 7 months. Keep on enjoying that ad-free experience. Good stuff. And they all died. Easy peasy. .200 attack power on the sweep unit. That's the power of Big Sludge. Rip. GG. Even the Wickless Tycoon dies. Actually, we don't want the Wickless Tycoon to die now, do we? Although I don't think I can do anything about it. Will of the Vines. GG. So we're already back up to 300 bucks. Actually, make that 500 bucks. Ensnare seems very nice. Apply Rooted to an enemy unit. Draw one more next turn. Nice for just separating or slowing down enemies. Stealth, too, could be nice. Protect our units from being attacked. Stealth sounds very good. Because we don't have Quick. So yes, I'm going to grab Stealth. Units that have Stealth can't be attacked by enemies. Which is really sweet. So my question is, do I want to go to this Merchant of Steel? Or do I want to go to a Merchant of Trinkets? There's no double harvest trinket. I don't have an upgrade slot available on Shattered Shell, but Wickless Tycoon could get some upgrades. Seems like the Merchant of Trinkets is probably better. Is it possible to get Sweep and Trample on the same unit? Yes. Overkill damage will apply to the next unit down in line instead. Rather, overkill damage from units in the back can apply to units that are in the front. It's pretty ridiculous. It's good. It's really good. Guess we don't want any of these trinkets. Yeah, wrong upgrade slot increase. Still thinking about Lightstone Casing. We could make this Glimmer free or something, but... eh. We have Consume Spells. We have a couple, actually. Trader's Quill is okay. Mostly feels like we'll probably spend the money on Purges instead. What about you? 3 magic power. Friendly units gain Extinguish, apply armor 5 to the front friendly unit. I wonder if that's good. Pretty bad artifacts overall. I'll just take 3 magic power. Whatever. No biggie. Upgrade a unit with 25 more health. When our Pyre kills a unit, restore 5 Pyre health, or all friendly units get 10 more health and Heartless. I say we just add another health upgrade to our Shattered Shell here. Make it even harder to kill. Because we can bypass the usual upgrade limit in this way. Seems like a reasonable upgrade. Sorry to hear that, Briner. How did the Awoken unit make new friends? By coming out of its shell. Its Shattered Shell. Okay, let's purge some more cards. These Restores and Primitive Molds are both terrible, so let's cut them out in equal measure here. This is definitely going to be one of those runs that just purges many, many, many cards. Ooh. Heaven Seal seems like no problemo here, but the Stealth Boss could absolutely give us a hard time with this shell count. We're going to need to use some distracting units. Not sure what that means. Hey there, chicken face. Sentient's pretty tanky, which helps. The extra 25 health on the Shattered Shell is also going to be really important here. I could put Sentient on the bottom to have her die to start reforming, but then we miss harvests on these units, so I don't think so. We'll put her up top. I've got money to make. And these should just be played. We'll draw those again. So do we want Sentient to die like this? Or do we just keep her at full health the whole time? Just being at full health the whole time is probably wise. Although, Tricky, tricky. Guess I won't be playing the Glimmer. Let's get this out of here. I don't really care if the Shattered Shell gets the actual Slay procs. It's really more about getting the Rage on Harvest. We'll do that. You stay rooted for even longer, just in case. So, back to full health for Sentient. Yeah, that ought to be fine. You're here to be a distraction, Edge Prior. Perfect. Okay, here we're going to use Glimmer to kill off these Silent Marksmen. We no longer need them. Although they could gain us 10 gold apiece. I'm not going to try to do that. It's really more important that this boss not kill us with their 10 turns of stealth. With 15 attack power, that means they get to do 150 total damage before any retaliation gets to occur. And notably, we don't even have 150 health total, really. So we need to fix this immediately. So Edge Prior takes the hits. First, that should burn 2 stealth turns here. The money. So yes, down to 8 stealth. Can't reform again, unfortunately. You can harangue. Deal more damage to you, heal you. Alright, so by default, we're only just barely winning here. If we do this, we still aren't able to get 10 bucks when the boss dies, but we do beat the boss, and that's really what matters here. GG. Not too bad. The free relic we get is the Iron Drop Cage. If we would ever play a spell that would ascend or descend an enemy unit, also Dazed 2, prevent it from attacking for 2 turns. We'll definitely take that. Good reason to pick up, what's it called? Card draw is good, by the way. Dripfall, if we see it again. Mortal Entrapment is a way to apply Dazed. Being able to daze bosses might help a lot. Let's take Mortal Entrapment. 40 damage and apply Daze 3 to an already damaged unit. Since we're going to be so aggressively removing stuff, I think we can make this work pretty well. Let's see, Hellvent there. And Hellvent here. I think here's probably where I'll dupe the Sweeper. Oh, is Dripfall a common? That would make sense. Tempted to infuse the Edge Prior into the Entombed Explosive. Seems like a weird choice, but it might just work. Let's see what the Concealed Caverns have before I do anything else. An iceberg looms over the Bone Shaker. Oh, we can take the Rail Forger's Hammer. I was thinking I wanted more capacity. The History of the World, +3 capacity on random floor, or -1 capacity on each floor to gain 15 magic power. Yeah, I think we'll just take Railforger's Hammer, +1 additional capacity each floor. Heck, we could even go History of the World here if we wanted to. And then just set up on whatever floor gets the bonus. But I do think we want to be on top most of the time. Although, not versus Last Divinity we don't, huh? Let's just go +1 on each, yeah. We can just Daze Divinity, top floor. That's what we're picking up Daze for. Alright, and in that case, I will, in fact, duplicate our super-powered Shattered Shell. With the big sludge bonus. Oh, by the way, it's Cursefell. Arg. But my face... So that's going to necessitate at least one Sweeper on the bottom in order to avoid these Absolvers adding curses we absolutely cannot tolerate. And I don't care if I lose money. Yeah, like these waves that have 2 of them, that's just brutal. Unfair, even. The ragening begins. Ah! Yeah, we can go behind them this time. Card draw. Indeed. Probably should have played the Endless unit rather than the Edge Prior, but I had a prior engagement. GG fell. You fell for it. Got him. We're up to casually 900 gold now. There's quick, if we want it. Make a unit attack before others on the floor do. I will take a Wildwood Tome. Definitely. And what? Do I just want even more capacity, or what do I do here? Maybe just take more card draw. Surely it's got to be Merchant of Magic time. We have some really good stuff worth cost reducing now. Yeah. I don't need that removed too. I have billions of dollars. Cultivate 2. Increase the stat of the friendly unit with the lowest health. Which is going to be the Tycoon mostly. That's not worth it. Just give me more spikes. More spikes, please. Spell Chain. Purge is good. That's yet another card remove. I will take that. Get rid of a Resto Debt. Yeah, we're just gonna do this too. And essentially just get rid of as many cards as possible, as quickly as possible. But there really is nothing except the goodness. The greatness, the wonderfulness. Like, holdover, who needs it? The deck's gonna be so few cards. It doesn't matter. Ooh, Stealth 4. That'll do. Maybe wanted to make that Dazed 4, though. I think it doesn't matter that much. So many Concealed Caverns. Purge a card, gain a card. Cool. You don't even have to keep the card you get, so this can just be Purge a card if you want it to be. Give me a random rare Awoken card. Restore friendly units to full health. No thanks. Cool. Alright, well this run looks like it's suitably off the rails. To battle? To battle. Spell Shield 2. I'm not afraid. Okay, this is more curse adding enemies. That would be a good reason to go bottom floor setup. I think I won't. I demand to be on the top floor immediately. quick, do we? No, we don't. Vines now ride so easily. Pretty much just playing these self-mutilations this turn. That's not very good. No, surely I have to play the big sludge. So we'll take 5 pyre damage. Okay. Fine with that. Setting up on the top floor was definitely inviting these curses. But I wanted to deal with them in order to get more money. Oh dear. We gotta take one more here as well. But from what I remember, they stopped coming in after a little bit. Unless this is a different combat than the one I'm thinking of. Are we doing enough damage? Worrisome. This front guy is not dying. Entombed Explosive helps a lot with that. Actually does almost everything we needed to do. Although he won't take the 20 spikes. But it'll give us more rage, so it's super worth it. And it also lets me play the healing spells for free. Wait, what's the Edge Prior? Restore 5 health. Oh, shoot. I misunderstood what that did. Never mind. But yes, the front guy dies, so all is well. Thanks to the bonus rage. Definitely needed the Root Split Mask for this to go well, though. Because we need the Sweeper's 2 turns of attacking to get through these 290 health units. At least initially. There's our boss. Beautiful. Look at that gold total going up. Glorious. Yeah. Come back to life next turn. You're gonna be quick. Although boosting the boss's attack power in this way actually not necessarily a good idea. That does allow me to daze the boss. We're already winning this fight, so I shouldn't mess with things too much. But that looks like a good way to make lots of money, so excellent. GG. We could take Bramble Lash here just so that we can master it. Since we get so many other cards removed, sure. These we don't need. 1,150 gold is obscene on quite a few levels here. Truly obscene. What's the trinket merchant got? Spikes deal more damage, whatever. Units are cheaper, that's good. Yeah, that's quite good. I think better than Flicker's Liquor. Two units get 30 health and burnout 1. Perfect on our endless zero cost now Entombed Explosive. Perfect. That really completes the whole deal then. We need to be even cheaper. Anything I want Permafrost on? Yeah, Permafrost would just avoid having to redraw a card over and over again, which sounds good on Bramble Lash, which is here only to be mastered and not for any real reason, so let's take it and then not use it. Sounds good to me. Down to 17 cards in this deck. I mean, that's practically the size of the starting deck. I'm going to duplicate. Double Mortal Entrapment probably seems like the easiest thing. I'm gonna go triple Shattered Shell. And then not use Sentient. Or not use the Tycoon. I mean, we don't need the Tycoon anymore because we're done with shops. Actually, we should remove the Tycoon. Or should have. Yeah, I should have removed the Tycoon. Shoot. Oh well. A fun reform target. Sure, triple shell sounds great. Not even Seraph's nonsense will be able to stop this. Oh. Attack. Have some sneaky. All right, commence the nonsense. Look at that rage. Beautiful. Seraph might be able to cut our rage in two, but he can't cut our spirit in two. Here, you just never go up to the top, sir. continue to be stealthy. RPW, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Ooh, I did not notice that guy was going to get through there. Thought he was entangled. Be even stealthier. Brian, thanks for the 11 months, just shy of the full year. Heck yeah. Seraph removes Dazed. Oh, I see. Seraph removed the Entangle. That's why. I was wondering why the Root Split mask didn't work earlier. It's because of Seraph purging Entangle. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I understand now. So many free stacks of rage. Beautiful. Come back, my tycoon friends. So much to live for. Alright, and Seraph will no longer be purging our buffs, so we can now get as much as we want of the good stuff. We can also start dazing Seraph here. Daze and Stealth are kind of counterproductive on top of one another, but I'll take it. And yeah, that's one very, very dead Seraph. GG. Doesn't even get a hit off. Take your 1 damage. Bonk. GG. Either in victory or defeat, the last divinity. It's endless destruction. Rages on. So this boss's gimmick is that they're on all 3 floors simultaneously. In addition to that, there are some seriously nasty waves of enemies that stand as a serious obstacle to any attempt at not getting completely overwhelmed in this fight. The bottom floor has trample, meaning overkill damage applies to the next unit in line. The middle floor hits twice, and the top floor has sweep, hitting everything. I actually think we want to go on the bottom floor. Then we can just kill everything instantly. It sounds pretty good to me. What if we just won? Oh, right, because they stopped getting hit by spikes. That's funny, actually. Huh. put that thing in the back. Actually, that's kind of a big deal, because we just lost some rage. Oh well. So, put it in the back. That's what I learned. And then stealth. Easy peasy. Yeah, this is the beauty of a sweep. One of the ways the final battles of this game scale is just by adding more enemies to each wave. But more enemies on each wave actually makes it easier for this build. Not harder. Damaged unit. You're technically not already damaged, huh? Funny how that works. Alright, well, you can be rooted then. Enjoy. Boom. Never knew what hit him. Oh, this enemy has stealth. They're gonna get past me. And spell shield. I have no counter to this. Actually, that's not true. I do have a counter to this. Get wrecked. Kaboom. Guess we can play you in the middle, whatever. Fight that divinity. And yeah, the divinity is actually taking tremendous damage as we do this too, right? Like, we don't even have to worry about the actual boss phase of the boss, because we're just able to passively hit them with all the sweeping. Spectacular. Get wrecked, divinity. Look at that, 400 attack power. Even if we only had one sweeper instead of 3, you can see that it would be enough still. Pretty absurd. GG. Bonk. What a fortunate way to win. GG. Again, really showing off how Remnant can, in particular, seems to scale exceedingly well into the late game if you can put them together and get lots of card removes. Lots and lots of card removes. Hell yeah. 3 more mastered cards. 5 win streak now. They seem to have gotten our sea legs together on Covenant 25. And we've actually gotten most of our required Awoken clan wins for... not quite. We still have Awoken Wormkin to do. And we have to redo Awoken Hellhorned. Very, very, very cool. K-Ray says, the Remnant are the only clan you can consistently get wins on. I can see that. They're a particular flavor, but it works really well. The clan I really struggle with still is Umbra. I've never quite wrapped my head around how to Umbra properly. I don't think we quite have time for another full Monster Train run. But I am feeling a little bit more Brotato to wind us down today. So we'll do one of the rare 3-game days and make it another Brotato time. I think that's what I'm going to do. The power of being able to have units die and come back is so strong, especially with those bonus stats. But it's definitely a clan you can shoot yourself in the foot easily. You have to be deliberate about which enemies you're killing on which floors. Kind of Watcher style, almost feels to me. Once you know what you're doing, Remnant just seems so brokenly powerful, but before you've figured out the core strategy of them, it can be a lot of stumbling and some hard lessons learned. Umbra by lucking into Morsel Maid every run. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. Like, yeah, I want to play some Brotato. Brotato. Legion of Wax is a really fun way to play. Legion of Wax has resulted in some of my most broken runs of all time. That one is absurd. Absurd, I tell you. Need a quick bathroom break before we switch games here properly. So we'll be back in a minute or two Twitch chat. And then we're going to play some difficulty 5 runs in Brotato. Just shooting it up, collecting the loots, having a good time. Back in a really short break here. Just back in a minute or two. Alrighty. Mesarumra says, does anyone have a clue how you're supposed to play Saber? Danger 5. Let me show you. So my recommended start for Saber is going to be genuinely start with a pistol. Pistols are cheap. And you want, because you pay more for items, you want weapons that are very low price, if possible. The goal with Saber is to try to spend a little bit less, not no money, but a little bit less than you're making, so that your starting piggy bank can start to earn you some gradual income. Harvesting as an early stat investment is pretty good. But you're also going to want, for this build, ranged damage. Just a little bit, not a lot. You're going to be relying on the high percentage damage scaling that materials give you. I'll take 3 speed here. And we really don't want to buy items that aren't weapons. Passive items are not worth it compared to just saving money with the piggy bank here. But we do want to get more harvesting, as that's going to pay big dividends, so fertilizer's good. And we do want more pistols. Let's take a 3rd pistol. And I don't think we want to go only pistols. We'll get some other cheap guns. More harvesting. Yes. Harvesting, again, the more money we get, the more money we're going to get because of the piggy bank. And range damage is an important stat for this build, so we'll grab 1 point there. Shredders seem like they could be really good. I'll lock these. I'm not going to buy them yet, because we're just going to let the piggy bank do stuff. Lifesteal's good. We're going to be having a lot of bullets. Although where we're headed, honestly, we're not going to need any healing because we can go full glass cannon. But I think taking this purple perk seems reasonable here. And I'm going to get at least 1 last harvesting upgrade. We're still only on wave 3 here, so let's go over 40 harvesting and make some serious cash. SMG is also a pretty good weapon. I'll lock that. Shotgun, SMG, any rapid firing weapon. The idea is to get a little bit of flat added damage, a little bit of the range damage stat, and then just save up money so that you can get percent damage from Saber. And what the result is going to be ultimate blappage. Simple ultimate blappage. A little bit of max health so that we don't die. Seems like a good idea. I'm gonna buy this shredder. And again, rerolling for items, not that important. Mostly we just want to get our money to start multiplying. But a luck's not bad either. Luck gives us higher rarity perks when leveling up, higher chance to find crates in trees, higher chance for health pickup drops from enemies dying. That's pretty good. What we don't want to do is ever take a level up that gives percent damage. Dodge is not bad, but like I said, where we're going, I don't think we need dodge. I think we need a little bit more max health. pretty cheap pistol upgrade. The base damage of the pistol upgrades substantially, does it not? Yeah, 12 goes to 20. That's probably worth it. Faster cooldown, too. Oftentimes, it's not worth buying weapons with Saver because the percent damage increase you get from having more materials exceeds the stat increase on the weapon. That's only true for some weapons, though. And for some levels of, like, range damage stat. We're not there yet, but more saving equals more better. Some healing's not bad. Honestly, just one range damage is fine as a level up. Now, let's just take one range damage. Plasma Sledgehammer 3. Interesting. That's not what I want, but that's cool. It does do tremendous damage. Costs a lot of money, though. Let's just go triple shredder. Keep that SMG locked. Uh-oh. I'm feeling like some armor might be a good idea. We could reroll for range damage here, or attack speed if we just want to go glass cannon-y with the build, which I think is actually reasonable. Let's reroll. 3 range damage, and 15 attack speed. I think the 3 range damage is better, though. Alright, now I think we can upgrade to SMG double barrel shotgun. Buy these. Laser Gun 3 is something I'm going to lock in, because that's going to do just stupid damage later on. Crit chance is a nice way to scale as well with Saber. So note that, again, we get plus 1% damage for every 25 materials we have. With 1,000 materials, we're getting 40% damage up. And, again, since we get 20% more per wave with the piggy bank, that's something that we can really start to get out of control here. We want 10,000 materials this wave, not just 1,000. And I really like getting either more luck here or more range. More range allows our guns to attack from further away, and that means more uptime on the damage. Let's grab range. Hunting trophy. Chance to gain materials when killing an enemy with a crit. We're not doing crits though, so no. I'll just go to wave 9 with what we have. Actually, that sounds grand. 1,580 materials now, which is 63% damage. Bear in mind that's multiplying on top of the 5 range damage that we have, such that this white SMG does 8 damage per shot currently. Really would like some more movement speed. Or attack speed. Both, ideally. Great. Oh god, no. Yes. Incendiary turret, free turret. Nah, more materials. Materials that will again multiply on each other with compound interest, which is the most powerful force in the universe. Could take one more range damage here. I'll grab 2 armor, that way when we do get hit, it's not so bad. And again, although 12% damage might seem like a reasonable purple perk, it's really not with Saber. We would prefer just about any other stat. I'll take 1 more range damage, as sad as that seems. And I'll buy the laser gun before the Horde Wave, I suppose. Ranged damage and range. Those are worth it. So now SMG is doing 12 damage per shot. Feels like Isaac, Binding of Isaac, Vampire Survivor mixed. I think that's a pretty good description of Brotato. It's just heckin' fun. I would really like some attack speed. 5%? 45 range. Okay, I'll take that. My projectiles go even further now. This is a Horde Wave, which I'm a little concerned by. I'm going to replace this basic pistol with a laser gun, which does tremendous damage. 210 damage. As it scales with 5 times our range damage stats, which is then getting multiplied by another 91% up. Baby with a beard. Oh my, Twitch chat. Oh my. Absolute nonsense has occurred. So, Baby with a Beard says, every time an enemy dies, they shoot a bullet at another enemy. And that bullet scales with our range damage stat, which is already the stat we're pumping, and our percent damage stat, which is going to be even more absurd as we get more materials here. And very notably useful against very large hordes of enemies like this, as each enemy that dies shoots a bullet. Please don't die. Oh god, no, I died. All right, well, that's how you get a run with Saber started. I was a little bit worried that we weren't going to make it there. With no attack speed up, we just couldn't deal with that many enemies. But that's close to how you do. That's close. GG. All right, we'll do a new run with a different character. Lich. We recently beat Lich. Let's try somebody else. Crazy. Okay, Crazy's fun. Bonus range with attack speed. Or, sorry, bonus range with precise weapons and bonus attack speed. Starting with Scissors. This character is all about the crits. Normally, precise weapons have very short attack range, which makes crazy... which makes knives a little difficult to use, but crazy is a specialist at it. I'd love to have another crazy run where we go... lightning shows, but I've actually never done a Thief Dagger run. Let's try Thief Dagger. Benefit from harvesting. Okay. -1 melee damage is kind of bad, but who cares? Lock a gentle alien. Yeah, it's easy to sleep on the lightning shiv. It is better than it seems because each enemy you hit with a lightning shiv creates a lightning projectile, is my understanding. Early crit chance. Let's go. There's our second Thief Dagger. Perfect. A steady trickle of additional materials from these Thief Daggers. Don't think we'll ever do explosion damage. Crit chance. A little bit of max health. Third Thief Dagger. Okay, here we go. Reroll. Wow, not much of use here. Lemonade's okay. More health from consumables. Goat Skull has minus crit chance, but the 3 melee damage would boost our attack power pretty substantially. I'll take Goat Skull, though I don't love it. Less enemies? No way. Want more enemies. More attack speed. It's early enough. Let's grab a little bit of harvesting here. Thief Daggers only. That injury's not bad. Open. So, upgraded Thief Dagger does what? Higher chance to gain materials when critting. Higher crit chance. Faster cooldown, better base damage. So, definitely better in multiples. That's for sure. Weird food is great, because minus dodge is the thing on this character. see, can the Thief Daggers give us a breakdown on how much money they've made? 10, 2, 11, 32. Okay. Not a lot yet. Grab a little bit of lifesteal here. There's a lightning shiv. I don't think I want it though, not on this run. Mastery, big up to melee damage, which is our main way of doing damage here. Chance to heal when killing an enemy with a critical hit is pretty cool. And you know what? I like Gummy Berserker on this character. Let's do it. Be a glass cannon. .15 attack speed, you betcha. Which potato is this? This is crazy. The crit type potato. I'm almost willing to buy energy bracelet for the 4 crit chance. In fact, I think I am, because crit chance is money for us. Bin is nice. Take a metal detector. I'll take 15 luck. 3 crit chance is not worth it comparatively. Level 10 is a guaranteed purple perk. I think we either take 9 max health or I reroll looking for crit chance. And I think that's what I want is crit chance. There it is, 7% crit chance. Heck yeah. The red line is an enemy attack. If it hits us, it's a big ouch. More lifesteal. Luckily, Tooth is pretty sweet. We have good life steal. Alright, pretty good wave. I think it's not too late to grab 8 more harvesting. And it's definitely an excellent time to grab wings and another mastery. So we're at 14 melee damage, 20% move speed. Really good luck to find those so early. resuming. Wave 9, we're going to get a lot of bonus money off the Thief Daggers this wave, because there's so many enemies. You can see every time there's a little knife icon next to the damage number, that's when we get one bonus material. Armor would be nice. 4 more crit chance, you got it. 45 more range, you also got it. And 5 more crit chance. You better believe it. Acid's great. Increase our max health substantially. Not going to take Leather Vest because we can't benefit from the dodge. Let's see, our Thief Daggers are now up to 67/62 crit chance. We could do better, that's for sure. Definitely do better. Grab another alien. It might be a little risky, but it's also totally fun. Totally fun. Oh, and a shuriken. A much better shuriken. Sure. Let's go triple Thief Dagger, double shuriken. Shurikens are one of the best weapons for crazy, especially at higher tiers where they bounce multiple times. And what, one more reroll? One more reroll. Sunglasses, 10% more crits. Here we go. Excellent. Wow, 12 harvesting or 4 armor to take us from -2 to +2. I would like 4 armor, please. Seems real good like. A little bit more lifesteal. Banner, range and attack speed. Range stats really good. The further these knives go, the more targets we can hit with them. Upgrade the Thief Dagger. So this is now 62% chance. That's an early enough vigilante ring. Bonus % damage at the end of each wave, sure. Take an alien worm. I think that we can kill this boss. Elite, whatever you want to call it. Good wave. Hey, more max health. And even more max health all the way up to 60? Or do we take 15 more luck? I'm inclined to go more luck here. Luck's a good stat. Coupon. Go back to four thief daggers. Want to make money. There's hunting trophy. 33% chance to gain material when killing an enemy with a critical hit. That's going to pay for itself in, oh, I don't know, one wave, probably? Going to be very, very rich. Sure. So, in the first wave, it gave us 121 materials, which is about what we paid for it. More luck. Okay, more shurikens do seem good. I think we can lose the scissors. We got enough lifesteal. Bloody Hand. 12% lifesteal, but we take 2% damage... and we gain 2% damage for every 1% lifesteal we have, which is a lot. But we take 1 damage per second. This Bloody Hand is amazing, as it gives a huge percent damage up, and a huge increase to our lifesteal. 1 damage per second, not going to be even slightly significant. Wheat is also pretty good. 4 melee damage, 10 harvesting. Not going to say no to that. 300 materials from this dagger. Wow. Yeah. Sure, I'll pick up a white one. What's a red thief dagger look like? 80% chance to gain a material when killing an enemy with a critical hit. Murder Town. That shuriken is going absolutely insane. Sure doesn't feel like I only have one of them, but yeah. There's one shuriken. Oh no, I have two. Never mind. That's why I feel like I have more than one. Okay. Talk. Lifesteal is damage. Take it. Crit chance is life. Or something. Horde Wave is going to be an amazing amount of money. 100% chance to crit on the Thief Dagger 4. That's pretty good. Poisonous Tonic, attack speed, crit chance, and range. Yes. Bit of a weird thing. I think we want more shurikens. Perfect. 3 shurikens, 3 thief daggers. Let's go. Look at the material count go. Oh god. The material count going up. I looked at the corner of the screen for a second and I almost got obliterated, but now instead we're rich. 1,000 materials from that wave. 10% more enemies. Give them to me. And 5% more lifesteal. Perfect. Start waves at half health? I'd prefer not to. I would prefer more armor, based on the experience we just had. And heck yeah, more luck. Way more luck. Lightning Shiv 4. Bounces 4 times, dealing 25 damage. That actually seems pretty dang good. Although we have -2 elemental damage stat. Who cares? Bowler hat. One of my faves. Whetstone's good too, because lifesteal is damage. Hunting Trophy has officially made us 742 materials. I want more range. Range and I think melee damage over attack speed. It's too late for Tractor. I'll take 5 crit chance for -15 range with Blindfold. That mostly caps out our chance to crit. Which means we can take a bowler hat. Sure. Rip and Tear. Enemies have a 20% chance to explode for 43 damage. Sure. Bit late for Crown, don't you think? Take a Hedgehog for 2 melee damage. Insanity to truly cap our crit chance. Good. Alright, we'll stop there. Evaporated. So I gotta say, the Thief Daggers actually worked out really well with Crazy here. We had enough damage that their lower base stats weren't that bad, and the bonus income they generated has turned us into a stupid powerhouse. We're so strong now because of all the bonus money we've been getting this whole run with the daggers. And yeah, it's pretty wacky. More lifesteal. Less lifesteal? No way. Finally reached the point where additional crit chance is useless to us. More or less. So I won't be taking Fingers 3. I could go Reflexes 2. I guess that's fine. A little bit more attack speed. A little bit more attack speed. This elite is not going to know what hit them. Not at all. There we go. We can get Red Thief Dagger, number 2. More shurikens. $57 damage to a random enemy when an enemy dies? Okay. Alien eyes are decent damage. Take a little more speed. 10 attack speed on improved tools. Reduce the attack cooldown of your structures by a lot. That's interesting. Kill this elite. And they're dead. Suck. It's a little preview of Wave 20 for you. Anvil, a random weapon is upgraded when entering a shop. Heck yeah. And sure, I'll take a crown. Alright, we no longer need the thief daggers. Let's go all shurikens, please. Also, all lucky charms. $183 luck stat. 25% chance to deal 98 damage to a random enemy when an enemy dies. That seems like a large number. It's causing chain reaction deaths all over the place. Yoink. Yoink. And sure, 4 more melee damage. Why not? More damage. Ten more melee damage. Here we go. Stack those damage mods. And more range and speed. Perfect. So we'll have one purple shuriken next wave. Is it not beautiful? Yoink. Sure. Why not? And no. Who needs more armor? I'll just take more attack speed, please. And there it is, a Lightning Shiv 4 to replace the last Thief Dagger. 2 luck for every 1 crit chance we have. Take my luck stat to 349, please. So the Cyber Ball does 200 damage per enemy that dies. That's hilarious. Cycle this, replace it with this. Yeah, minus crit chance, sure. 15 more melee damage. With the Mammoth. There we go. So the Shuriken does exactly 100 base damage. Perfect. Ow. Done. I did that to myself. Wow, we actually lost that because I completely failed to dodge the boss attacks. Completely on me there. GG. GG. Rip. Too much glass, not enough cannon. Oh well. Didn't need the D5 win with them anyway. It's alright. Let's try a glutton run. Glutton with a plank. Glutton starts with more luck. Has bonus explosion damage when picking up a consumable while at max health. And consumables explode when picked up. One of 2 characters we haven't won with yet. Grab attack speed. Okay, Pruner seems theoretically good on this character. Pruners and planks. I'll try it. I have no idea if this is any good. I'll lock that turret too. And this pencil. I'll try something here. I tried pruners on Glutton. No, I haven't. I have not tried pruners on Glutton. I'm gonna grab some engineering stat. Engineering scales the planks. And this turret. And several other things that we can find. See you later, K-Ray PG. Hey, you're welcome, Cool B. We take more engineering stats. Let's try it, but I have no idea if I'm making the right call here. Yet it does scale the planks, so I'm okay with it. Need to get some healing of our own so that we can benefit from the percent damage up of the health pickups and not just... get the heal. Take an onion. Speed up is important to have. Runs with it, they don't get enough speed, die. Just how it goes. Good. Minus harvesting. This is the healing I wanted, though. Sure. Negative harvesting, I can't abide. Get some more luck. Luck and 12% damage. And a rocket launcher. That's explosive. Perfect. Just gonna lock that for the moment, buy the metal detector first. Oops, probably shouldn't have combined yet then. But 5-weapon wave 6, not a big deal. No prob. I think crit chance is going to be part of this build, but it could be. Certainly could be. Wow, a really early vigilante ring. Okay. I will buy that. We'll go one more wave without the rocket launcher. We're going to need it for the next wave, but for now I feel okay. More health from consumables means more time spent at full health, means more likely to get the bonus damage. And I like continuing to increase our luck here. Let's get a wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow plus metal plate. Ooh, and tardigrade. Myself. more luck. And I think we should grab some more lifesteal, although kind of starting to fall behind a bit, feels like. Incendiary turret ought to help a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Remember, this character gets less material, or what is it, more item price? Yeah, more item price and less experience gain, so relative to other characters, you have to get a more powerful build going. It's a little tricky, but we can do it. Beautiful. So what is our percent explosion damage up to now? 66% explosion damage, and here's an extra 15 for us. So now the rocket launcher does 59 damage, not bad. Feel like some attack speed might be a good idea. 9 dodge, not too bad either here. Let's reroll to get, so, ooh, how about move speed? We're only at 3% move speed, let's change that. And I'll take some more max health. Yes to range. Ritual is minus engineering. That's interesting. Improved tools. Improves the attack cooldown of your structures by half of your attack speed. That's kind of cool. Finally, some real weapons. Excellent. Spooky. Okay, more harvesting, sure. And I think attack speed's far more beneficial than ranged damage. Our base damage is quite high, so it's better to get percent scaling on most of this. Go down to 1 plank. Rocket launcher, shredder, pruner, you betcha, and a little bit more move speed, why not? We have an elite to deal with this way. It looks pretty spooky. I don't think we're going to be killing the elites. Not even the chef. Okay, don't die though. Okay, we don't quite have enough move speed to do what I want to do here normally. An enemy just spawned on me. Okay. Whew. Didn't die. I'll take that as a success. I'm cruising. Still still don't feel like crit chance is right, but maybe it would have been. Damage against bosses and elites would have been nice yesterday. Last floor, more rather. 9 crit chance. Alright, fine. You're gonna offer it to me that much at a time. Sure. Sure, I'll do it. Engineering based on elemental damage is fun. Yet to have a run where Strange Book is important at all. Spire. Attack speed for every different weapon you have. Currently we have 4 different weapons. I'm going to lock this in. 12 damage, 24 attack speed. Seems pretty good. Nope. Couldn't stay alive. Not enough defense. Actually, moreover, not enough killing power. Not enough damage to kill anything that was next to me. Oh well. So it goes, Twitch chat. That's part of why we haven't won with this character. GG. That is going to have to be the end of tonight's show, Twitch chat. It's been a lovely, lovely day, but dinner is calling. So I am going to be out of here. We'll be back at it tomorrow with some more Slay the Spire. As well as, I think we'll play some Slice and Dice tomorrow, since we didn't yesterday. That's the plan, anyhow. Hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. I'll give another shout out as we sign off to our beautiful desk mat, courtesy of Epic Desk. Or, what is it? Desk pad. There we go. Courtesy of Epic Desk. Looks absolutely fantastic. And you can see it here on our new ending screen. So take a look-see at this. All right, Twitch chat. Thank you so, so much for watching. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful evening. Till next time, this is Baylor saying toodaloo, farewell. Stay cozy, my friends. Till next time. Bye-bye now.